Good evening. I'm calling the open session for the Monday, June 9th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. The first thing I'm looking for is approval of agenda. Before we get there, I want to tell you that it's been brought to my attention that there are two things that people would like to be changed on the agenda. So I can't make the motion, but I'll let you know what they are. The first thing is under the consent agenda on the student participation in telehealth appointments in secondary schools. Our student member of the board, Alden, reached out to me to say that she had some more questions that she would like to ask Dr. Walker or have somebody from the school system answer them. So I'm looking for a motion to remove that from the consent agenda and make it a regular agenda item. Okay. Okay, so to add to the challenges there, Alden won't be here until about 7:20 because she's got commitments with the band. So I'm just thinking out loud here. So we've got a couple other policies and procedures. I wondered if it would be possible to move it down there with the understanding, and I told her if she's not here by the time we hit that in the agenda, either Dr. McComas or I will ask those questions for her. I'm just thinking out loud. I was just thinking would it be under administrative services with the other policies and procedure updates, or I don't know where it would be an appropriate place to put it. Mr. Costas, what do you think?
You could do ed services, because I think that was originally an education service
Okay.
related procedure, and at that point, I'm also looking, it's probably she'll be here by
Okay,
then.
so I'm looking for a motion. It would be number D, under education services, pulling out the policy on the student participation in telehealth appointments out of the consent agenda and making it its own agenda item under education services number D. Does that sound right? Okay, I'm just saying I'm looking for that. I'm
8D. It'll be 8D.
correct, 8D.
So making a motion to move 4C over to 8D?
Yes.
I make that motion to move 4C to 8D
Is there a
on the
second?
agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion about that?
My big thing was making sure she was here to articulate her own point.
Yeah,
As long as they give her time, I'm for that.
all right.
Frank-
No, it's
Frank-
Mr.
Frank,
Mr. Rhodes. All righty. I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All righty, thank you. The other is that a board member approached me. They have a conflict with our next scheduled meeting, which is Monday, July 14th. They understand, so they're looking to see if maybe we can move that date to accommodate them, and if not, they'll be okay with it not happening. But there is plenty of precedent for meetings having been moved before. Usually it was when Mr. Getz couldn't make them. But anyhow, so I'm staying out of it. I'm looking for, and that's for you guys to not only decide whether you want to move it, but what the date would be.
I'd like to make a motion. I'm the one that can't make it to the meeting, so I'd like to make a motion, you can either move it to the week after or the week before. So the week after would be the
21st,
21st, and the week before would be, 3 weeks from now?
the 7th. So that's discussion so we've got a motion. Is there a second? And then we can have a discussion. Well, Frank, people have to check their calendars, so can you be more specific?
Does it matter which date?
You know, on the date?
Yeah, yeah. Either
Whatever's
one.
Easier, I guess that makes it complicated. The week
Well,
after or the,
Yeah.
I guess if it's the week before, we won't have as many items to go over.
And we will have just come out of the conference in Ocean City.
When is that? That's on the 24th.
24th, 25th,
And then when would that meeting be?
It would be the
14th.
7th.
So either the
Oh, if
7th
we
or the
move it to the
21st. So anyhow, that's,
Well, that's if we vote. I can't.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
for me personally, I can't, because I already kind of scheduled out my summer.
okay, that's fine,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
fine. Okay, I got you. And like I said, Frank said he'd be okay if it didn't happen, but I felt it was
Would the next
worthy and
week work?
fair.
Would the next week, the 19th, what's it, 19th.
It would be
21st.
21st.
Yeah. So we have a motion, we don't have a second yet. Yeah, yeah. Oh, is that important? I know, Gail, I'm just,
You can do the 14th.
Joking.
But even when you motion, you gotta do something.
Does it have to be on a Monday? Can it be on a Tuesday?
The board-
does that free
the
you up a
board's
little
will.
bit more? No? Okay.
Yeah, and I do apologize. I don't have flexibility on Tuesdays. That's my,
Okay,
my work.
all righty.
I hate to say it, I'm kind of stuck on the second Mondays. It's in stone.
Okay.
And I plan everything else kind of around that.
We got it. So, so it doesn't look like there's a second to changing the date. So it looks like it'll die for lack of a, motion will die for lack of a second, okay?
Can I get someone to sit in my seat like
Robot?
a robot?
Your friends in AI, you want me to
Yeah,
put
yeah,
somebody
yeah,
over
put
there?
them here.
You can watch us.
I guess
remotely.
I'm not going to be watching that.
Okay, gotcha.
Let
Alrighty.
me ask a question about something like this. So in an event, a member can't come and we're voting on something. Is that member allowed to send their vote via email?
Nope.
But votes still are contingent on being a quorum up here, correct?
You mean a majority or?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So, alrighty, so
That's
having,
fine.
having dealt with those two items, now I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended with just the one thing, which was moving item 4C to become item 8D.
I have a question about 9B, the Educational Facilities Master Plan. I was hoping to see if it was possible to make that an information only instead of an action. I would prefer to have more time, given the size of the document and only having about 5 days to review it. I would like to make a motion to have more time.
And what number was that, Ms. McKenzie?
It was 9B, the Educational
Oh.
Facilities Master Plan.
Yeah.
What is it for, adoption?
You can handle that in the agenda item itself, actually, because
Okay.
there may be, a person presenting it might have some, might be able to provide you some more information about the process and the timeline for that, and then you can decide.
We can decide then
after
whether-
talking to that person
Yeah.
and getting your questions answered, whether or not to continue to make it an action item or just to, or to basically hold a vote, which makes it essentially information only. But you might want to talk to the person who's, ask questions of the person who's presenting it.
Yep.
In that
Okay, I
moment
wasn't
to
sure what the
decide
options
whether
were
or
as
not
far
to change
as
it.
that.
Okay.
If you change it now, then you've changed it. But
Okay.
Right.
it may not, but.
It
you
might
wanna
not,
wait.
you may get your, at least some of your questions answered then, so, okay.
Right, and I thank you for that. Just, Mr. Kirby will be able to talk to us about the timeline for the state. Because this plan
may
gets
be-
submitted to the state. It's a mandatory state reporting, but he'll have the timeline for us for that.
Okay. Is that everybody's concerns addressed? Already, I'm looking for a motion to now approve the agenda as amended with just the one change.
Motion to approve?
Is there, already? Ms. McKenzie made the motion, Ms. Dorsey made the second. Is there any discussion, further discussion? I call for the vote, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All righty, so I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session for the following reasons. Topic, applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay, extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason for that being public discussion of applicants' and employees' names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contains sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. Second reason, topic, discussion of ongoing negotiation with the King County Public Schools bargaining units. The reason for that is to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. And the third reason for, a third topic, consult with counsel on legal advice. The reason is to obtain legal advice on personnel matters. I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session for those reasons.
I bring a motion.
Mr. Queen made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Was that you, Ms. McKenzie?
Yes.
Ms. McKenzie made the second. Is there any conversation, any discussion? Otherwise, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
We're going to go into closed session. We should be back out at about 6. for open session of the Monday, June 9th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. I am going to report on closed session. The 5 members of the board were there. Dr. McComas was there. Ms. Manley, the executive assistant, Mr. Hushin, the supervisor/director of human resources, and our legal counsel, Adam Constance, was there. We discussed personnel to be voted on in open session. We received some legal advice, and we discussed collective bargaining. No action was taken whatsoever in the closed session. Our student member of the board wears a couple of different hats. One of those tonight includes being the drum major for Kent County High School's band, and that's where she is tonight, so she can't lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'm going to ask Mr. Rhodes to do that for us.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, one of the things I should let you know is when we convened at 5:30, we did make an adjustment to our agenda. We pulled out item 4C about a new policy on telehealth appointments in secondary schools, and pulled that out from the consent agenda and added it as item 8D under education services. So we will discuss that by itself. Otherwise, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I bring a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. Queen has the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has the second. Is there any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous, Ms. Manley. Thank you. All righty. Did anyone sign up for public participation, Ms. Manley? Thank you very much. All righty. I will remind everybody, the rules for public participation. Speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes. Comments about the actions or statements of individual staff members are not appropriate for public comment and should be referred to the superintendent of schools or processed through available channels. If submitting written testimony, speakers are requested to provide a copy to the president. Please remember that this is an opportunity for the community to address their comments to the board. It is not an opportunity for dialogue. If you have questions that need an answer, please contact the superintendent or write a letter to the Board of Education, Kent County Middle School.
Oh, yes.
Good evening, Dr. McComas, President McGee, members of the board. I'm here tonight on behalf of ASSE, which is the international exchange program I'm actually a part of. And so for those who aren't familiar with ASSE, basically it's a program where you bring students from across the world into your home as host parents, and you give them an opportunity to explore what it's like to be in the United States and also be a part of our educational school system. And so tonight, Representative Johnson Howard couldn't be here, and so we have a award here tonight because Kent County High School and Kent County Public School System has been gracious in allowing these students to come here across the world and really, welcome them with open arms. And because believe it or not, I found out being a part of the program, some schools don't even allow the exchange students to take part in certain activities such as graduation, prom. And so the kids that we've had over the past 3 years have experienced those type of activities, and we're very grateful for that. And so I have 2 letters here real quick. I just want to read them. The first one is from Nisha, who we had this year from Taiwan. She had a letter here. Miss Hemstetter, it's Nisha from Taiwan. Thank you so much for letting us be exchange student at Kent County High School this year. I had a wonderful year this year. I'm so glad I decided to come here. Congratulations to you being principal of the year in Maryland Award. I really appreciate all the stuff that you've done for us, and I still remember when I was lost in the hallway on my first day at school, it was you who helped me in the classroom. Thank you so much for everything. It has really made a difference being a part of Kent County Public School System. This one is from Abigail LaChance, who we also sent back to Canada this past weekend. Dear Ms. Hempstead, I just want to take a moment to say thank you. You made so much difference in my experience at the school. Your kindness, your encouragement, and the way you genuinely care for students is never unnoticed. You create an environment that feels safe, welcoming, and full of life. I've always appreciated how you are very approachable and down to earth. You are really a person who everyone can love. Thank you for being such a great leader and role model for our school system. You're truly one of the reasons why the school feels like home. With your appreciation, Abigail LaChance. So with that being said, I just want to say it's my honor, Ms. Hempstetter, to present this ASSE International Exchange Award to you here tonight. You've done a great job, and I call you my second principal because I spent so much time at that high school when I coached. So I love you, Ms. Hempstetter, and I present this award here to you tonight.
I just want to give a shout out to our host families. I want to specifically Mr. Johnson, his wife, and Trent, who's still in high school. They have been host parents for 3 years in a row. I have been able to watch the students, and they've gotten, let me tell you what, they've gotten the full American high school experience in terms of participating in all sorts of extracurricular activities. They seem to be treated like members of the family. And Mr. Johnson, am I correct that Nishu is actually coming back to go to the University of Maryland?
Oh, yeah. So she comes back to go to school at University of Maryland. Yeah.
Yeah, so they've embraced their Americanism, so.
Yeah, she comes back, and then also update on Zoe, who was here
Last year, yeah.
She got a scholarship to come back here to play basketball next, this coming fall. So she'll be playing basketball here right now. She signed with Division II Penn State. So
Nice. Okay.
she should be good. She'll be
All
really
right,
good.
so thank you for everything you've done, and Ms. Hempstetter, thank you.
Yes.
Alrighty, Dr. McComas, retiree recognition.
Woo-hoo, and I'm going to ask Mr. Hushin to come up, and let's celebrate those who have served our children so well for decades.
Thank you, Dr. McComas. President McGee, school board members, if you can actually join us on the floor as we honor each one of our retirees this evening. Before we get started, I would also like to call up our Director of Teaching and Learning, Gina Giacomowitz, who will be presenting our retirees with their wonderful gifts. It gives me great pleasure this evening to honor a number of staff who have dedicated collectively hundreds of years of service to our students here in our school system. Tonight, we're going to call each one up individually. As we call you up, please come up the side, engage with the board, pass down the line, receive your award from Gina, have a seat once again, and then once everyone is recognized, sorry, I'm like away from the mic, we'll call everyone up for one big collective photo. Okay? All right, first, and let's not put the award push Dr. Roberts. I'm just kidding, you're gonna do fine. First, from Kent County High School, Lori Armstrong. Lori has been with the school system since 2002 and has held various roles with our system, with the latest serving as a health and drama teacher, and also went out with a bang this year with a wonderful performance she put on with the Lion King. I don't know if Lori is here with us tonight, but please join me in at least honoring her years of service. Next, from Galena Elementary School, we have elementary teacher April Blackiston, who has been with the system since 1994 and will be retiring as a pre-K teacher. Congratulations, April. Congratulations, April. Next, although she is not here, this individual has had over 30 years of service working as a school cafeteria worker, and that is Ellen Bryden. Please join me in honoring Ellen this evening. Next, from Kent County High School is our health occupations educator, Krista Collison. Krista has been with Kent County Public Schools since 2009. Krista, thank you for everything you have done for us. It's been a pleasure.
Now I feel some type of way because I didn't get it.
We'll make sure you get a hug next time. It's cool. Next is one of our longest tenured custodians who has been with the system for over 30 years. That is Gregory Cruz, who will be retiring from Galena Elementary School. I do not believe Mr. Cruz is here with us, but please join in a round of applause to honor his service. Next, from Garnett Elementary School with over 30 years of service, she leaves us as the Title I interventionist. Please welcome Heather Davis. Congratulations, Ms. Davis. Also from Garnett Elementary School, has been with our system for well over 30 years as well. She leaves us as the Garnett Elementary School teacher specialist. Please join me in honoring Jadina Frazier. Congratulations, Ms. Frazier. Next, from Galena Elementary School, retiring as a school counselor with well over 30 years of service. Please join me in honoring Tiffany Gerson. Next, from Kent County High School, instructional assistants with over 27 years of experience, Miss Marilyn Green. Although he's not quite leaving us yet until October of 2025, and I don't believe he's here to join us tonight, but please join me in honoring Sam Hicks, custodian from Garnett Elementary School. Also not in attendance, but with over 30 years of service as an elementary school teacher, please join me in honoring David Giacomowitz. I guess you could take that home, Gina. Also not here with us this evening, but this gentleman has been with us since 2008 as a phys ed teacher. Please join me in honoring Scott Milligan. This past January, we had one of our longtime school bus drivers who decided to retire. He's not here with us this evening, but please join me in honoring Mike Shakur. Next, from Kent County Middle School, he's also a former school board member. Before he started working for us, he's been with us here for quite some time. He's retiring as a career counselor, but came back to Kent County as a social studies teacher. I do not believe he is here this evening, but please join us in honoring Jeff Reed. After 30 years of service, 18 with us, the last 18 serving as our Kent County High School PE teacher and athletic director, please join me in honoring Kevin Taylor. I don't believe Kevin is here with us this evening. And our last retiree that we'll be honoring this evening with well over 30 years of experience as an elementary school teacher, please join me in honoring Stephanie Zattarelli. Here you go.
The age of action form was hurtful. The age of action form was hurtful. You had a couple people. That's cool. Look at you.
And if I could call all of our retirees back up so we can get one final group photo with our school board and superintendent. Please bring your hardware with you. Just be very careful. Thank you once again for all of your service. We wish you the very best in what lies ahead for all of you. I hope we can all stay in touch. You're welcome, everyone. I believe I'm still up. All right, thank you, President McGee, Dr. McComas, School Board. It also gives me great privilege to stand up here before you tonight to honor some of our outstanding student athletes from Kent County High School. We are here to celebrate and recognize some of their incredible both academic and athletic achievements that they have earned this past spring season. Some of the honors that we'll be recognizing tonight include our Bayside Conference Scholar athletes who were able to maintain at least a 3.25 grade point average while participating in at least 2 varsity sports. I believe our 2 athletes that we will honor tonight actually played 3 sports. In addition, we will be recognizing some very talented individual athletes who achieved some incredible success this spring. And to join me in honoring all of our student athletes, I call up high school principal Chris Hemstetter.
Good evening, President McGee, members of the board, Dr. McComas, and our Kent County Public Schools community. As the principal of Kent County High School, it is my honor to recognize a truly exceptional group of student athletes who represent the very best of what it means to be a Trojan. Resilient, dedicated, and full of heart. We begin by celebrating our Bayside Conference Scholar Athletes of 2024-25, Kate Cannon and Ethan Clark. Yes. This honor is awarded to students who maintain, as Mr. Hushin said, a GPA of at least 3.25 and letter in 2 or more varsity sports during their senior year. Kate Cannon lettered in field hockey, basketball, and softball, and will be attending the University of Maryland College Park this fall. Ethan Clark, who lettered in soccer, wrestling, and lacrosse, is headed to Chesapeake College. In addition to their athletic accomplishments, both Kate and Ethan graduated with distinguished honors, ranking in the top 5% of the class of 2025. Kate was also named valedictorian of the class of 2025, and both were voted outstanding senior athletes by our coaching staff. While Ethan is unable to join us tonight due to illness, he was coming this evening and both he and his sisters were sick, so they weren't able to be here. We celebrate him in spirit and send all of our well wishes. So Kate, if you could come up.
If I believe Kate's mom is here, if you would like to come join us for the photo. Come on.
All right, everybody look at me, please. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you're so welcome, Kate. Thank you. Tonight, we also honor a group of Maryland State Championship athletes whose remarkable accomplishments brought home medals, broke records, and inspired an entire community. Let's begin with Sebastian Cousineau. Sebastian is our standout sophomore, can you talk this evening, tennis player. Sebastian made Kent County High School history as the first Trojan to ever reach a state final in tennis singles. His spring season included an 11-match winning streak and dominant performances at the regional and state levels, finishing with a 13-2 record. Though he fell in the state final to a nationally ranked opponent, Sebastian's poise, talent, and drive signal that his story is far from over. He is a sophomore and he's a rising junior, and we cannot wait to see what the next 2 years bring. Our track and field state medalists and record holders are Kiari Hawkins, RJ Peterson, and Razia Wilson. Together, they capped off an extraordinary season that saw 7 state place finishes, multiple school records, and 3 state medals. Razia brought home silver in the high jump and bronze in the 100-meter dash, finishing among the fastest and most explosive athletes in Maryland 1A competition. RJ earned a bronze medal in the triple jump, reaching a personal best of 43 feet, 5.25 inches, capping a season of excellence in jumps and sprints. Kiari placed 4th in the discus and also qualified for states in the shot put, where she unfortunately was unable to compete. Kiari now holds KCHS school records in both events with a discus mark of 108 feet, 10 inches, and a shot put throw of 33 feet, 10 inches. Although Razia is unable to be with us this evening due to work, we recognize and honor him tonight as a vital part of our Trojan legacy. One more. Finally, we also want to recognize Harrison Gibby, our senior thrower, who placed 8th in the state in shot put and set a new school record with a throw of 45 feet, 3 inches, surpassing the previous record set just last year. Harrison's work ethic, quiet leadership, and strength have been a cornerstone of our team. He's also unable because of work to be here this evening. All of these student athletes have elevated Kent County High School's presence across the state with excellence, humility, and relentless dedication. They've rewritten record books, stood on championship podiums, and balanced it all with academic integrity and Trojan pride. To our athletes, you have made history and you've made us proud. Thank you for representing KCHS and Kent County with honor. Congratulations to all of our athletes.
Come up with your coaches and family as well. So we'll start off with Sebastian.
All right, everybody look at me. 1, 2, 3.
Family coming too?
All right, ready? Smiles.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Feel good moment for wrapping up. Down in business. Down.
All right.
It was good celebrations this week.
Matt, Mr. Hutchin, I think it's still you with the negotiated agreements.
Okay.
What are we at now?
Busy. He hasn't come up for air. Busy.
All right, so we have, three, contract agreements that we're gonna bring forth tonight for signatures. The first, which is an action item, we are, the Kent County Board of Ed, negotiating team, along with members from the Kent County Educational Support Professional Association, met this past winter and spring and successfully reached an agreement on a 3-year contract with reopeners limited to salaries, duration, and other benefits, including medical insurance, and up to 2 additional articles mutually agreed upon by the association and the Kent County Board of Education. Additionally, all unit members will receive a step increase and a 1.5% COLA. With that said, the administration recommends the approval of the 2025 through 2028 agreement between the Kent County Educational Support Professionals Association and the Kent County Board of Education.
I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve?
Ms. McKenzie has a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Queen seconded. Is there any comments or questions? Already a call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. All righty.
Before we move on, we will do a formal signing, so if I could have President McGee as well as our Superintendent, Dr. McComas, to join me at the table. I would also like to recognize our UNISERV Director, Ms. Kiara Smith, who is new to the state of Maryland and has been a new partner to Kent County Public Schools, and I can't thank her enough for her outstanding leadership and partnership through this process, which was happening during a major budgetary challenge. So again, thank you very much, Kiara. You did a great job, and I look forward to working with you for many, many, many years to come.
I guess it's Joanna.
Okay. Yeah, but we still have to do the vote and all that,
Yeah.
so. I can handle the steps, not gonna come. All righty. Mr. Hushing?
Thank you.
Round two?
Yes, round two, so I bring forth tonight approval of a 2-year agreement between the Kent County Board of Education and the Kent County Teachers Association. As stated earlier, it is a 2-year agreement with openers limited to insurance benefits, salaries, duration, and up to 2 additional articles mutually agreed upon by the association and the Kent County Board of Education. Additionally, all unit members will receive a step increase and a 1.5% COLA. With that said, the administration recommends the approval of the 2025 through 2027 negotiated agreement between the Kent County Teachers Association and the Kent County Board of Education.
All righty, I'm looking for a motion for that.
Motion to approve?
Ms. McKenzie's made the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Queen has the second. Is there any comments or discussions? I call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous, Ms. Manley. Thank you.
And we'll do a formal signing once again. Please join us in this one.
Mr. Hushin?
We have one more, yes. So I also stand here before you this evening to bring forth a 4-year agreement between the Kent County Board of Education and the Kent County Administrator and Supervisor Association. We have a 4-year agreement with reopeners limited to salaries, duration, 1 article mutually agreed upon by the association and the school board, 1 additional article for the association, and 1 additional article for the Kent County Board of Education. Additionally, all unit members will receive a step increase and a 1.5% COLA. With that said, the administration recommends the approval of the 4-year agreement from July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2029 between the Kent County Administrator and Supervisor Association and the Kent County Board of Education.
All righty, thank you. I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve?
Ms. McKenzie made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Dorsey made the second. Is there any questions or comments before we vote? Call for the vote. All in favor of the motion? Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous. All righty.
And before we do a formal signing, I would also just like to personally thank the leadership of the Kent County Admin and Supervisor Association. Tish Collins, she served as their chief negotiator. It was her 2nd year doing it. She did an outstanding job, again, during a very difficult and challenging time with our school budget. And I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Walker, who also served as an association rep on that team as well. They did a great job, great communicators, very cordial, and I look forward to working with them in years to come. If you both can come join us for a signing, that'll be great. Thank you. And Dr. Keene, who served as president.
Is there another item? It says report, is that,
That's
is
just
that a
me.
typo? Oh, okay.
Ms. Smop? So we want to recognize next year's student member of the Board of Education will continue to be Ms. Alden Swanson. She won the election, so. You're welcome. Would you like a picture now or a photo at the end of your second term? What's your pleasure, miss? Speech. Okay. One more photo, everyone.
First two times.
Everybody could look at me, please. 1, 2, 3. Now you can look at the man right now.
Okay. I think we are done musical chairs now. Okay, and very quickly for the rest of my report, I want to ask Ms. Jacomowitz to come up. We are recognizing 2 of our schools met criteria for Judy Centers, and so Ms. Jacomowitz is going to share with us the details of that. And then I have a few other things I'd like to highlight afterwards.
Thank you, Dr. McComas. And in just the same vein of celebrating, I'm really pleased to share tonight that both Galena Elementary School as well as Rock Hall Elementary School have completed the accreditation process. This is a process that takes place over 24 months, leading to an accreditation decision. It sounds simple when you say it in a sentence like that, but trust me, it requires the whole process of self-appraisal. It requires the schools to come up with a school improvement plan that fits the areas that they need to improve. They have to have a review of those and a final self-appraisal process, including a validation visit where folks come in and they actually sit and observe and give feedback to the school as well. After that extensive process, both Galena Elementary School and Rock Hall Elementary School achieved accreditation status. So we're very pleased and proud to have them with us tonight. I would like to recognize and ask them to come forward, sorry if that's okay, so they can also congratulate I know, and get a picture. So we'll start with Galena Elementary School, which begins, of course, with Principal Yoder. Jamie Tipton is not here, but we do have April Blackiston. Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. April Blackiston, Melissa Cannon, Erin Legg, Sherry Troop, and Jessica Turner.
Ms. Jacomowitz, can I ask a question? How long does accreditation last? I mean,
Yes, so they will need to go through the process again. I believe they do what they call an ongoing monitor. So once they're required to finish, they have an annual update to maintain that accreditation.
Okay.
And now they're onward and upward working toward excels. It never ends.
Okay.
So stay tuned. Before we ask everyone to come down, let me call the Rock Hall staff up as well. So from Rock Hall Elementary School, Principal Spiro is not with us. However, we do have Brittany Farman, the coordinator of the Judy Center, pre-K teacher April Blackiston, and also part of their team,
April,
April, what did I say? Oh, my goodness. Thank you for slowing me down. April Gagowski, part of the team. Sorry, April. And April. We also have Other staff involved, including Abby Porche, Esther Clayton, I'm trying to see if I can read my own handwriting, Maria Gordia Therese, Stephanie Farinacci, and Joni Ribas, and intern Bryn Giacomowitz. So they were all part of the process, and congratulations to the entire team.
We should have just moved her out. Move her out there. Make everybody come to us.
I'm getting my steps in.
Come back down to this. All right, everybody look at me, big smile.
You don't have to be. No, I'm a little.
Okey dokey, an hour of celebrations, that's what I'm talking about. Just a few things I'd like to highlight to conclude the superintendent's report here. Our summer programs, we're pleased to say that we are one of the few school systems this summer that will be able to offer summer learning programs for our students. We're able to do so through a grant that we have every year, and that provides summer learning for students in kindergarten through 8th grade, and then also credit recovery for high school students. Also want to highlight that we will have our summer meals program available, and so the information on our meal sites will go out through our schools so that our students can have access to nutrition throughout the summer. And then 2 last celebrations. We are partnering with the Boys and Girls Club of Maryland. Next year, they received a grant of approximately, I think it was $260,000. Thank you. Yeah. And don't hold me to that number, but I think that's the number that I was quoted from their executive director. With that grant, they will be able to provide extended after-school youth development programming for our middle school students. It's free to Kent County students at the middle school and free to Kent County as a school system, for which we are grateful. And they'll be working with our administration, Mr. Buckle and team, around surveying the needs of our students and identifying programming that's available. So we're very excited about that new opportunity next year for our middle schoolers. And then one last resource I also want to share is we are partnering with the Cook Center for Human Connection. They also received a grant as part of a consortium of resources. And you can today, if you were to go on the Kent County Public Schools resource website, where it says resources for families, I think Mr. DeVilio and Mr. Poor, if I'm saying that correctly, and drop down and there's a button that says resources for families. And if you scroll down, you'll see one for, I think it's mental health resources. These are absolutely free resources to parents to support your child and also yourself. Parenting isn't easy, and children do not come with manuals. And every child is its own journey. And so there is a ton of resources there, and we will be doing more with the Cook Center resources as we move into next year and offering parent workshops and activities all free to us and offered through the Cook Center. They're a national organization that does this across the country. So we're very excited. So I just wanted to share those concluding remarks to look forward to things over the summer and moving forward into next year. And that concludes the superintendent's portion of the report and this evening's agenda. So thank you.
All righty, thank you very much. Moving on to board discussion. Welcome, Ms. Swanson. Congratulations on becoming the first ever two-timer for the SMOB. So we'll start with you, okay?
I'm very excited to be returning next year. I love this year so much. I just want to thank everyone on this board and on the board, previous board who I worked with who aren't here today, Mr. Guess and Ms. Sullivan, and everyone in this room. This has been such an amazing experience. I've learned so much, and I feel like I've done a lot with this role, and I've been proud of myself, and I've been proud of what we've done as a team. So all I really have to say is thank you, and I can't wait for next year. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Mr.
Let me ask
Yeah.
Alden some questions. Well, and this not a challenge, this is because, I know you for a while, and I actually know what you're capable of, and personally, I do think you do a great job in everything you do, especially up here. Since now you're a two-time SMOB, you have an opportunity to raise the bar, if that makes sense. So being a senior and doing this the second time, you don't have, I guess, the anxiety, the jitters, or fear. Not to say that's what you have, but I know how daunting it can be up here, even as me as an elected member and adult. So I could imagine what it could do to you at times. But I am going to look for you to be a lot more assertive with your voice, because I think a lot of people do listen, obviously, because you won again. And I'm looking to hear more from you. So at times, instead of, sometimes we'll cue you in, I would like to see Alden be the superstar Alden that I see. But all in all, I think great job and well deserved.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All righty. Mr. Rhodes?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great. I'm going to be a little fast here, but I got to go over some events that I did at the school. First of all, the Interact Club on May 13th had a really nice meeting, and Ida Nab did a wonderful job. The Seniors Honors and Awards Night went very well. Tylese Brown organized the event. There's great turnout on May 14th. May 15th, I attended the annual Spring Fling at Rock Hall Elementary School. The performance of the students was just unbelievable. It was really nice. I went to the Family Fun Night at Kent County Middle School, and I was coming home and I'd forgotten about it, and I pulled in. It was great. I played balloon soccer. I've never done that before. That was fun with the kids. And then I just want to say the graduation was just wonderful at the high school. Sam Steady did a great job. Everyone did a great job. They motivated the speaker and the students graduated. It was just a very, very exciting event, and I enjoyed being there. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Queen?
I don't have much. I did a couple of events, but I wanted to just take this time to ask a question about certain aspects of the education system, if we can get more reports on it. And the one that I've been kind of combing over is the blueprint. I don't know how often Tom Porter does report out, but maybe quarterly, monthly, something to let us know the negative and positive impacts on the blueprint, because that seems to be the one constant that changes weekly if you look at it now. And I would just like to use my time as a board member to be more strategic and say, I would like to hear more about that on a consistent basis.
Sure, I'll just, sorry, Ms. McKee, is that okay?
Oh,
I say,
I'm just making a note.
Yeah, I received that, and I do know last year they did quarterly reports. I did back away from that a little bit this year just because we had different things going on, but I'm happy to bring back blueprint reports.
Yes, please. And that's all my time I can see.
All righty, thank you. Ms. McKenzie?
Sure, I just want to take this opportunity to say congratulations to Alden. I look forward to working with you again and certainly appreciate your input very much.
Thank you.
And well-deserved. Just the Senior Awards Night on the 14th and the graduation were just an amazing celebration of just an incredible amount of achievement, and I just appreciated so much the ability to be there. Of course, I've attended nights, events like that as a parent, as a board member, being able to just understand the work that goes behind getting students from A to B, right? It's a tremendous effort on so many people, and I just wanted to express that I felt that both of those evenings were just a real celebration of those things, and it was just great to be there. I did also have the opportunity to attend MABE's legislative update on May 29th, and was able to share that we are able to move forward with the first part of the middle school building. So, and that was really exciting just to be able to explain, even though it didn't happen the way we thought it would roll out, the advocacy worked, and we're able to move forward, and that's the point. And so it was well received, and I was just glad to be able to share that. And I also had the opportunity to attend, MABE had a training, Communicating Board of Education Roles and Responsibilities to the Public, basically key work of school boards. And I'm not going to elaborate too much, but just they hit the highlights that the board determines the what and the superintendent determines the how. And I appreciated that clarification and reminders about vision, accountability, policy, community leadership, and relationships, and would encourage any fellow board member to attend, a training as you're able to, because I really did find it valuable. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Dorsey?
Yes, I would like to congratulate Ms. Swanson on her win. I would also like to.
Briefly, Ms. Dorsey, can you pull your mic down, please?
I would also like to say at this time to congratulate the graduates on their great accomplishments. And I would also like to thank our speaker that Tonette Christie, for her heartfelt speech on to our graduates on the graduation at the graduation ceremony. Her message really encouraged and enlightened them for their next step, so I appreciate that. And I also, as always, would like to thank Ms. Hamstetter for her work and putting her heart into her work, really. I always appreciate how that the last three graduation ceremonies, she has always made each student feel important and make them feel like an individual instead of a group. It means so much. I just believe that many of them may never have had anyone point them out and say something kind. And when they leave the school, it's more than likely they may not greet another person for a long while that may encourage them the way that you did. I saw smiles that, it was priceless. So I just thank you for that. I don't think, you probably don't know just how much it means when someone takes that time out to tell you that you are somebody at a time when you're not sure who you are. So I thank you. Oh, and I thank all of the teachers, the retirees, everyone who has given their service for X amount of years. I appreciate you, whether you're support staff or the teachers themselves. I'm sure that you had an impact on our children. And once again, thank you for your help. Thank you for having a heart to work with our students. I know it's not easy, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. A couple of things. Graduation was, I thought, pretty emotional. I was brushing aside tears. I remember Ms. Christie when she was a student at Kent County High School. To just double back on what Ms. Dorsey just said, I did see a couple of students when Ms. Hemster called their name, they were surprised. I mean, but a good surprise, like, what, me? I've done something good? That was so great. I would like, it would be time consuming, but go back and see over the last 3, or now it's 4 years for Ms. Hemstetter, how many students' names she has read aloud in those 4 years. It's a huge proportion of the students who have graduated. I went to the end of the year celebration for CCAC, the Special Education Citizens Advisory Committee. I've been there twice now, and I find it really rewarding. It's nice to see the parent engagement. I thought there was a good turnout this year, and I stayed to listen to Dr. Keene's presentation, which is enlightening to me because I don't know much about that. Dr. McComas and I were both at the high school last week for an interest meeting on potential skeet and trap club for Kent County High School. The turnout was amazing. It was practically standing room only. And am I correct that next month we will have a presentation with a projected vote in August, whether we will accept it? It would be as a club, but the presentation sold itself. I mean, it was, I didn't walk away with any questions. And I was happy to see a diverse group, and that included girls as well as boys. There are a couple sharpshooters out there. Annie Oakley, better get your gun, I guess. One thing I wanted to ask Dr. McComas, I know that the board does not write policy, does not write procedure, but now that we have adopted the fund balance policy, and there was not a procedure with the original policy, is it possible to task your team with coming up with some sort of procedure so We know when to break glass when there's an emergency, what constitutes an emergency, and how we go about spending that money.
Yeah.
Is that something we can work on?
Absolutely, I agree. I think it's, I think it was a learning experience this year for all of us in terms of, again, when to break glass, right? What hits that threshold that say, okay, we will use this under what conditions? So I'm happy to work on a procedure to bring forward to the board and for all future boards and superintendents in Kent County. So I will work on that.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to education services. Not sure who that is. Student service learning update.
Here comes Ms. Murray. This is an informational update?
Yes, yep.
For
Thank
sure. Thanks, Amelia.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
The following is for information only. This is our service learning procedure for Kent County Public Schools. Under COMAR, we have to provide students opportunities to engage in service learning to attain the 75 required hours at the conclusion of the school year for graduation. The procedure was updated, have a slight typo on my memo because it was approved by MSD in 2025, this past March. So I noticed that I put the wrong date in there. But essentially, we put this forward through MSDE, and our documents were all updated within this procedure, including our card that requires tracking, as well as like our schedule, or sorry, our technology that we use to track students as well in PowerSchool. Student verification documents were updated, as well as teacher verification opportunities, so that teachers have opportunities within the classroom to implement service learning within their lessons. That is what I have so far.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, especially since they can start now, it sounds like in the 5th grade.
Yes.
By the time, I know it's a requirement of graduation, when we get down to the nitty gritty to a kid graduating, are most kids way above, I mean, are they well on their way, or are there a few that you've just got to pull teeth to get them across the finish line?
So it is situational, but we've been doing really well since COVID. We had to kind of pull ourselves back up after COVID because a lot of these things required in-person opportunities. However, this past year, we didn't have any students not graduate. And the last time I looked at our tracker, I think we only have 13 juniors that still need like 1 or 2 hours. So we're doing really well. Our students have an opportunity to earn 90 service learning hours that are embedded within the curriculum from 5th grade. So we one up it. We went one above.
What do you mean by embedded in the curriculum?
So, for example, in 6th grade, our students engage in opportunity with Echo Hill, and they study within the classroom under the curriculum human impact on the environment. So our students study microplastics within the curriculum, learn about this, and then they go out into the field with Echo Hill, and they do this overnight trip, which is also another opportunity for them to engage and to connect with each other. However, they also learn about microplastics within the Chesapeake Bay and use sifters and apply science and mathematics in the field. So they are removing microplastics, which is doing community service, and then they are advocates for the community and create projects and share the information that they learn with the community. So the outreach and the advocacy is a huge part of this.
Yeah, I've been in, I know it's Maryland law that it's 75 hours. I've been impressed by the fact that that's way more than a lot of the private schools. When I run into kids, when they tell me all they have to do is come up with 10 or 15 hours of service learning, I'm thinking that's peanuts compared to what our kids are doing, so.
Right. And our kids are doing great things. In 5th grade, they have a Read to Me program where they read a book to younger students, and they go through this process of tracking their fluency, but also teaching students how to read along the way and tracking that data at a young age, which is really wonderful. And that service is helping younger students learning how to read.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Queen, did you have some questions?
Yes, I had two, but she actually answered one about how could you do it within curriculum in class. The second part of my question would be, you don't have to go in detail, you could just name some of the organizations within our county that some of the kids may go and get service learning hours with. What would be some of those organizations?
So we do have, when we have forms that students fill out, they can do independent service learning hours. There's information for each one of the organizations on the back. So some examples are the Humane Society is one of our big ones. Our students can also work with Shore Rivers or Sultana, because sometimes they do cleanups that are public cleanups on the river. But also our students can engage in things and have a sponsor work with them.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Do they work with Mary's Dream at all?
I believe so, yes, yeah.
Do you have like food drives for,
We do, yes, there's opportunities for food drives. Again, that might be something that a teacher or an organization kind of puts together, and then they fill out a form and are able to submit hours through that work as well. Food drives and
Like
clothing drives are-
Interact does every year, the Christmas basket committees.
And I know they get hours for Interact, yeah.
Okay.
My
Ms.
son,
Swanson?
I was just gonna say, my son Ethan earned, for participating in Unified Sports. He was able to earn it that way. So I didn't know that until after he had finished, and he said, oh yeah, I got all these service learning hours like that. Anyway, I just thought that was a nice.
Because my daughter, I
incentive.
think she read to the younger kids and got service learners, and I'm gonna be honest, I thought she was telling me a fib. So they don't just give it to you for reading the older kids, but I learned that way as well.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to add that they also give it to them for the community center. Did you mention that?
Say it one more time.
Community center.
The community center, yes, they're also involved too. So students have plenty of opportunities. The form is kind of, it's kind of set up in a way that students can find opportunities in different organizations. We've had students submit hours through their church when they do food drives for the community in general through their church services. So there's many, many opportunities for students to work. We've even had students work with, I think they were raising money for hurricane relief organizations, which is not locally, but it's still a community in general, and they had family down there. So that works as well.
Let me ask this question. It's more so to the superintendent, but it's about this, because I know we're looking to kind of relaunch, I don't want to use the word relaunch our school system, but marketing, promoting the school system. Is it a way to showcase some of this? Because 75 hours is a lot. And
our kids get 90 or more usually.
so maybe that's a way to showcase those type of things, because it also goes with the whole community tie-in that, of course, we want, but it actually shows our students in the community helping through various ways. So I think that would be a good way to showcase more of the positive in our school system.
I agree with you. I think it really brings to life the multi-dimensional experience of our school system, and our students are more than just those kids in a building. They're out in the community
Yes.
doing authentic service and applying their learning in that process.
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Community schools presentation.
I asked our team to bring forward a community schools presentation. I think we had some interest among board members, and I think it was a great moment as well it is a function of the blueprint, and we have 2 additional schools coming online next year that will be in the first phase of becoming community schools, Galena and Kent County High School. So I thought we'd take this opportunity to showcase our community schools a little bit. So take it away.
Yes, so good evening, President McGee and Dr. McComas and members of the board. Tonight, we'd like to highlight the celebrations of our community schools led by our community school specialists standing behind me. And also, as Dr. McComas mentioned, our blueprint supervisor, Tom Porter. As you could tell from Amelia Marcosian's presentation, she was here last month as well. People wear many hats. So tonight, we'd like to put a spotlight on community schools, and what a great way to dovetail on that whole emphasis of being out and present in the community. Flo And Rock Hall Elementary School, led by Jory Mitzel, were the initial community schools in Kent County. And I will tell you without hesitation, Becca has picked right up and stepped into that role at Rock Hall Elementary School. And this year was Christine Clark's first year as Kent County Middle School's community school specialist as well. As you know, community schools are the hub of the community for families, teachers, and parents to really become partners with the education system and find ways to support not only the students, but their families as well, and think about ways to really understand what the barriers are from preventing our families from being successful and our students from being successful, and then promote that sort of holistic approach to really helping provide what you'll hear tonight, probably multiple times, wraparound services. So without further ado, I will go to the next slide and let
So Gina kind of already spoke to this, but we just kind of wanted to start off by kind of laying out what a community school is. So community schools, as Gina had mentioned, are schools that serve as a hub that bring families, communities, and partners together to remove those barriers. They are based off of 4 pillars: integrated student support, expanded and enriched learning time and opportunities, active family and community engagement, and collaborative leadership practices.
So if you look over on the, this is a community school framework, and it's from the National Center for Community Schools. And basically what I like to say is that a community school is very similar to an ecosystem, and each school is a different ecosystem. Within that ecosystem, we have parents, partners, community members, but in the center, the most important are the children and the whole child, meaning the physical, social, emotional, every piece of a child to make them successful. So we, as the community school coordinators or specialists, we're the person who kind of weaves all those relationships together. And each school, and we wanted to, all of us, we've talked about this many times, each school is very different. Even in the smallest county in Maryland, each school is very different, and we all have different needs. So we can't really compare the schools. For example, when we did our needs assessment at Garnett, one of the biggest needs was, after the pandemic, was parent engagement. So we made a plan with our steering committee to address parent engagement, and we have had a lot of success with it. We've increased since 2022, 25% of parent engagement. That's our average. So parents are coming in, and that was part of our goal, was to get parents to come back to the school. And for example, what we didn't want to do is say, well, Garnett's doing this and Rock Hall's doing this, because Rock Hall had completely different needs. And I think the reason we're talking about this now is there's barriers and there's assets in every community. And what we want to do is use those assets in that community to help us remove those barriers. Next.
Okay, so as Flo mentioned, removing the barriers on this slide, we were just pointing out that it takes a team to really make it happen. And I think as our team was putting this together, it really became clear that what we did not want to do is work in isolation. So 2 of our elementary schools are both, they have services from the Judy Center, services from Title I. They are Title I schools, same with the middle school, and then the community schools. So because of our principal leadership and our specialists, what they do is they have internal meetings with all the leadership amongst those teams to look at how they can best braid funds when needed. So they might be able to have an event where they're able to showcase and crosswalk the activities so that they can reach all ages. In fact, Flo, we were laughing about it because the Judy Center, as you know, begins birth to age 5. Well, now we say we are birth to beyond. So we go all the way up to, the elderly in the community. These community schools are truly wrapping around and serving everyone. Did I forget?
Birth and beyond. I like that.
Here we go. So this is just a little bit about how the COP grant works, because I think we have a lot of questions about there. Every dollar we spend has to come back to this right here. We start with a needs assessment. Each one of us, Jerry Mitzel did the one for Rock Hall, Flo did hers for Garnett, Christine did it for the middle school. Each one of us had to do a needs assessment from taking surveys and meetings, data from students, from families, from community members, from staff to see what are the needs of our buildings. From there, we had a steering committee come together and make our goals. They were shared goals that were created from this committee based on all the data that came in. From there, that drives us to our shared decision-making on how we're going to spend our money, which goals, how are we going to meet those goals, and we get down to actions. Now, all of us are in different places. Christine is back in year 1 because she just did her needs assessment. Flo and I are both down in year 3, so we're in the implementation part of our plan, so we're down in decision-making and actions. Now, what happens if we see a need come out of data after that is we can go back. We do some more needs assessment, kind of through street data, through questioning. What does our test data show us? What is questioning and talking with our students, our parents? What does that show us? We can come up with another goal. We go back to the state, and you'll hear Flo and I both talk about that later, where both of us have had to do that, go back and set 2 additional goals. We also look at the wraparound services. So sometimes when needs come up with individual students, these 10 wraparound services here, if we can justify spending under one of those, say I have a student who needs a pair of glasses, theirs broke and their family can't afford them. I can say, okay, number 4, vision and dental. We can help that family out. So the wraparound services are for the things that come up, the needs that arise that aren't already in our plan with our goals.
Question for that example you just gave.
Yes.
So how would you go about helping that? Would the school pay for like the glasses or
So-
visit to the eye doctor? Like how would that actually
That's
work?
a great question. Our first place in Kent County, we're very fortunate with the Lions Club, and my first phone call when I had that come up was to the Lions Club, so that was covered there. We have, if there was a student who they could not help, then we would go to, we actually could pay for a visit to an eye doctor and glasses. But we reach out to our partners first, kind of how we have a lot, we have community organizations, the local Lions clubs, the garden club, the many partners who you'll hear us talk about later as well that help out.
Is that
So
an active list where someone can access it and see who those partners are?
there is a list. There is a list that we have created that is in one of our, not on tonight's presentation, but we keep an active working list, yes.
It's not a public list?
It will be this summer when we have to put it up for, so most of what we're talking about will be on each one of our sites for the partners.
Okay.
I have a question. So, Dr. McComas, maybe that's for you. Let's say someone needs glasses. Are we allowed to donate something for that, or do we have to go through some protocol? I mean, I don't know how this system works. I mean,
Right,
I
right.
help
Well-
out with a lot of things at school, but sometimes I don't ask us to do it.
Right, right. Well, we always need to follow like our procedures, just to keep everyone in the right space. But I think that that's something that, we can talk about, what are donations that help kids with their community schools. But keep in mind, we receive thousands of dollars for this purpose, right? And I think, our community schools facilitators are wise in that they look first to see who are our nonprofit partners who are able to come to the table. I know just in Citizens Advisory, we were talking about holding our partners accountable. I think this is a great example of our partners being accountable, right? Through their deeds, right? And then if we're not able to access those resources through our nonprofit partnerships, then we dig into our community schools funding, which is what it was provided to us to do. So I think there's a variety of ways, Mr. Rhodes, for us to address that. Okay, thank you for offering.
I've got a question. Sometimes I get community schools and concentration of poverty and all that confused. Are there 2 different kinds of grants? What about the personnel? Like sometimes a school won't get both. I'm looking at Flo.
So that's a great question.
Am I
from
in
Mr.
the,
Porter.
I'm in the
That's
wrong
gonna come forward.
church?
Right. Now,
Yeah.
you're, while Flo is getting ready to address that, I'll just say the amount of your concentration of poverty, your density of poverty is what qualifies us to get the funding to stand up a community school.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the flow, right? of that. And
But then aren't there two
it's a-
levels of
it's a
grant?
tiered
Okay,
system.
yeah,
So the
okay.
first year, you only get the personnel money, which
Did you get,
allows us
did the
to.
middle school get it?
So the first year.
Okay, I got you,
She
okay.
got down,
Yeah.
she has the position.
That's how.
Yeah.
Right, that's how
Okay,
her- she's
okay,
paid.
okay, I got you,
And
okay,
we both are in the third year.
Right.
And we have the per pupil,
okay, yeah.
which is a different.
Yeah. Now, I want to take this opportunity. I know Ms. McKenzie had asked me in one of our previous budget meetings. So like our two schools that are starting next year that will be in year one of community schools, they'll get the personnel grant. In years past, if, let's say, I'm making these numbers up, so don't, just making them up to make the point. So if we get, I don't know, $50,000 for the first year for personnel, and we only use 35 of that for the personnel, could we use the difference to begin doing some services? In the past, we could use the difference. We just found out last Thursday, Ms. Stewart, I think it was, in a state meeting that going into FY '25, whatever of the personnel grant we use for personnel, the difference we aren't able to use next year's seed money, that goes back to the state.
So you
So
bet,
that's a difference for next
so
school
how
year. So I
about-
wanted to make sure I clarified.
how about
You would
spending
ask
it
that great
all? How about using it all? I mean, you don't want to leave money on the table, do you?
No, but the personnel funding is only for personnel.
Okay.
So that was one of the shifts for the,
But
this year.
it's not a guarantee, is it, that you're going to get the second tier grant, is it?
We have to, in August or July, we get the benefits forms and we hammer to get everybody to fill these out.
Yeah.
So it can qualify
Right,
us.
but, because I thought I remembered
We have to
one,
do it every year.
well, I remembered one year Garnett didn't get the personnel stuff, right?
We got the personnel.
But you didn't get the other,
per-
yeah.
We are
Yeah.
doing great.
Okay,
So this is the exciting part. This is what makes me happy because all three of us have been teachers in these buildings.
Yes.
So to see the growth in the school because of these funds, it's really powerful. And I know I'm bragging on Garnett, but too bad. So this is, each of you, if you go on our website this summer, you will see this snapshot. And this basically comes from the Maryland report card and talks about our enrollment, our attendance rate, and then it also shows the growth that we've had. And this is the growth since 23-24, right? So as you can see, our math student growth is 59%. Our English language arts, 71%. Our ELL kids are 61. This is why this is such a great system, because we're making, kids are moving, because we're removing barriers. And it's really powerful. And I'm gonna let that go.
No. Yeah. And because we're on this slide, I'll ask, because I was going to save some of the questions for the end. But for the consumers watching and listening, explain what you mean by growth when we see something like math student growth. Explain what growth means.
So, a growth is off the report card, and it means that students' growth from one year compared to another year on the Maryland assessments. So it's students that took the same assessments in the previous year and how much growth they have seen over the course of that year. And that's directly from the Maryland report card.
So that's 1 year's growth up here on the screen.
how much of the English language arts do you attribute to Orton Gillingham?
I think it's honestly, I think it's a whole bunch of things.
Okay.
I think we're getting our PLCs and our SIT and.
Just for the consumers, pretend we don't speak the language.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell me, I know what it is, but PLC and SI,
National Learning
okay, I know, we just need to know,
And
okay.
then, our SIP is our,
School
School
improvement team, yeah, I got you, yeah.
And, what else did I say? And then we basically are kind of aligning everything. And I feel like that's making a big difference.
Okay.
Right, that comes later. I just didn't. That's how. Yep, let's go.
Okay.
So here's the same data for Rock Hall, and you can see we had 41% of growth in math, 52% in ELA, We also had an improvement in our attendance rate, which was great to see.
And then here's the middle school, and again, we're year one, so this data was a big piece of part of that I used when I was compiling my needs assessment, looking at where we were and where we needed to maybe move.
So we can use this as our baseline year. And I think
Yeah.
what I would offer is as we move forward, showing growth over time, right? So that the numbers aren't in isolation, so you can see this is where we were in our baseline year and year 2, year 3, and so on. So I think it's great when you can see that trajectory over time.
Question for the previous school, I think it might have been Rock Hall. Yes, it was no data for the English learning progress. Is it because they haven't took that
So
test yet?
we don't have students in that category. If we don't have English language learners in our school, that's why that says NA.
Understood. And another question, 92% is above the state average, correct? Is the state average like 91 and some change?
Actually don't know the state.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the state average is, but I do know the state threshold is 93, isn't it? 93% is the target.
Okay, yeah.
So we're approaching
close.
target. We're really close.
Would you say 94?
93.
I'm looking at Dr. Walker.
Say again, Dr. 94. Excuse me, I stand corrected. 94.
So we're approaching.
Close, but no cigar yet.
So these are our Garnett's goals. And as you can see, the white ones are mental health, parent engagement, and before and after school, extension and enrichment. Those were the first year, those were our first 3 goals. And right now, we're very close to reaching 2 of those goals. But this year, as we looked and gave more surveys out, we realized we need to add on academic support. So we took some funds and we used that for coaches for small group from grades 3 to 5. And we're hopeful that will also make a difference next year in our data as well. So that's another wraparound service that we used our monkeys to.
Flo, before you step away, could you just really quickly talk to us about how we're evaluating those goals? Like we set a goal and how are we measuring that? Because I think that's part of helping people understand the level of accountability around the money, right? Like if we say, okay, we're going to help with mental health, I think parent engagement, you gave a number. You said, we're now at 25% on average for any event in our school. So 1 out of every 4 parents is coming.
Yes.
And we need them to bring a friend so we get the 50%, right? But so how are we measuring the impact of our mental health services and I guess before and after school? Just again, how are we evaluating the impact of these?
But basically what we're doing is the state has required a end of year report. And we're keeping data sheets, sign-ins. If anybody how many mental health referrals we work with the guidance counselor and the social worker. So it's all data driven. And we're just right now, because this is the first year we've had this state report, we're just kind of understanding what our baseline is and what data we have to collect. So I think we are basically kind of at the beginning part. We're at baseline. Does that make sense?
It does. And
Yes.
thanks for answering that so clearly for
And
us.
thank you for asking that question for clarity, because I was going to ask, how are we evaluating and breaking down data to actually show that, hey, this is working. So thank you for that.
I will just add, for those of you who may not have been following the evolution of community schools across the state, and the blueprint, of course, really infused resources to support it. We are the only state in the nation who has fully embraced community schools as a key strategy. And the state, when it first started things up under the blueprint funding, I think was running to get a handle on accountability around how the funds are used. And I'm pleased to hear that the state now has a mechanism by which they are using. I also know the Maryland State Department of Education, I think as of this current budget year we're in had something like 2 people at the state to monitor over 700 community schools programs. So I just want to share, I thought your expression of we're really still at baseline, establishing that across the state. But I think we have our bearings are dead on now, and we're moving forward.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us now, we know how and what to collect.
Yes.
I think that's part of it too. When you do the needs assessment, a lot of the times, and you start to implement, you're like, this worked, that didn't. It's very fluid. So we're just going to highlight a few things that we did this year. If you look on your screen, an enrichment activity that we did with 4th and 5th grade, it was a green team club, and it was based because we had become a green school. And we actually mulched the garden up front, and that was fun. A little bit of manual labor, and they did a great job. And then we also started the recycling program again within the school, and the 4th and 5th graders just did a fabulous job. They were so fun. Our middle activity was Girls on the Run, and it was an aftercare on Mondays and Wednesdays. And several teachers and myself, we would stay after and exercise and talk to them. It was a social emotional piece too. And then we ran a 5K in at UMBC in September. And then our last 2 events, which were big, are always big. We have a big show for them. Our busload of books. Mr. Matthew Swanson and Robbie Bear came, and they did workshops for us, drawing workshops, and talked about their adventures on the road, and gave everybody a brand new book. They also gave our new kids a Build-A-Bear to read to. So we have a great partnership with Matthew and with Robbie, and the kids love it. So, and then our last event, which has become kind of a go-to event, is our Arts in the Garden, which we close down the street, and we have partners, and we celebrate the kids' art and music, and also we have partners there with resources or activities for the kids to do, and phone parties big. That's a big draw. A lot of people come with the phone party. So, but it was really fun, and that's kind of, those are just some of the highlights.
Okay, and Rock Hall. So you can see our initial goals that were set when Jerry Mitchell was still with us were physical health and wellness, social and emotional well-being, and again, the after-school extension and enrichment. So I know that in the past, when Ms. Mitchell was still in, she did the after-school program. She's done a lot for getting us started on our health and wellness goals, including that's where the farmers market started. We found a need last year based on our data that came in. We looked at the data, and as a staff, as well as hearing from some families, that we needed to do some academic support. With that, we were able to amend, get the state to approve, give us an amendment. Our amended goal became academic support. We hired 5 student support coaches, as well as an interventionist who are able to do small group instruction. We are focusing on grades 1 through 5 with that. And also parent-family engagement. That came directly from hearing from our families that they wanted to become more involved. We as a staff want our families to become more involved. So those are our goals. And 3 of our community events to highlight: the Fall Harvest Fest. We do this twice a year, in the fall and in the spring, where we do fresh produce giveaway. Some of you were there at either the fall or the spring, and they were very exciting. In the fall, we also partnered with many community resources where they came in to give away little supplies. We did a trunk or treat. We have Chop Tank there to let families sign up for the medical services if they need to. We usually have the health department on hand to give away samples. Dental health hygiene is there to give away toothpaste, toothbrushes. So we have a lot of partners who come on board for that. In the center was this was kind of my brainchild this year, and we partnered with Rock Hall Parks and Rec for this. We had a holiday shop where students were able to come in. We had collected lots of donations for this. It didn't cost them any money, but all students got to experience the joy of giving, and it was different. So for one child coming in, they might only have mom to buy for. Another child coming in might have mom and stepdad, dad and stepmom. Every child's unique family situation were the gifts that they were able to get for their families. It was really exciting to see the kids coming in and spending time choosing those gifts. And then the last column has one of our family engagement nights. This was an academic resource night that we did. You can see families kind of down in the floor. What you can't see over here is Mrs. Vosberg, one of our interventionist teachers, who is down on the floor teaching families how to play math games, because typically speaking, math seems to be what most parents come in with a question of. I don't understand this new math. So having been a math teacher myself, I love it when they come say that, because we want them to understand how to do it. And then you can even see we have pre-K students as young as pre-K down in the bottom picture working. So that's Rock Hall. And Christine, I'll turn it over to you.
So I spent this entire year working on identifying our needs, and the three needs that I, through the data, I came up that we developed with the steering committee were to provide targeted support, effective instructional strategies, and enrichment opportunities both during and after school to help students achieve grade level mastery in math and reading. This data came directly from not only the report card data, but student interviews and student surveys. It was unbelievable to see how many students in the surveys responded that they wanted more opportunities to ask questions about math and reading. In addition, our second goal was all about strengthening methods of communication to actively engage our community and empower our families to participate in key decision making. Really, again, just kind of bringing in those parents and having them get involved in the school more. And then our final goal was to implement and strengthen tiered systems of support to address student attendance, ensuring early identification, intervention, and consistent support to improve attendance rates and foster a sense of belonging and connection within the school building. So again, although our attendance rate may seem well, we do have a large amount of students who are chronically absent. And so that, again, was data that helped me and my team identify that as our third.
Question about the goals. When you create the goals, do you come up with, I would use you as an example, come up with these goals on your own, or is it the system you all talked about where you all work together on what possibly might be the goal?
So I helped kind of coordinate. I'm also, we aligned with our SIT team. So together with our SIT team, which is again, is our school improvement team, we work together to kind of develop these goals. Again, our SIT goals and our community school goals should really be interwoven. And so we're working really hard to kind of, as a committee, to come together to have that be one succinct plan for the middle school, because there's power in that alignment.
Understood. I like those goals for the middle school.
Thank you.
How often do you get to be with the SIT team? I'm just curious.
I'm also the SIT chair for the middle school, so, so I'm always there.
So
We wear many hats, yeah. So I am there at every meeting, and so it's kind of a natural way for me to keep the two pieces aligned.
And how often do the meetings
Oh,
occur?
monthly.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
So monthly. In next year, our plan is to infuse that into all of our PLCs or our professional learning community meetings with our staff to really engage them more with those pieces of the plan. So we might meet monthly after school as a group, but then also pulling them in during our PLC time on that time.
How many family engagement nights do you have per year?
So we have, so I'm very fortunate to work with Tyree, and so Mr. Johnson already, like, just me joining him was awesome because he just had his calendar of events, and I'm able to very much this year piggyback off of him and support him and his vision for those events. I'll kind of move on here to this next slide. I was able to.
He just done chess.
Yeah, so I was able to, well, I was kind of, I spent a lot of my time kind of working with Mr. Johnson. In addition, I was able to bring back our science night, which was something when I was in the classroom was really near and dear to me. So I brought that back to the middle school this year. It was a great turnout to have parents come and see students showcasing their work. In addition, I was able to use money from our concentration of poverty grant to help fund Mr. Johnson's chess club, which was a huge thing that he was really excited to kind of get out and running. So I was able to purchase the chess boards for that club using this money to provide those opportunities for our kids.
Okay, so really what I was getting at, how many of the family engagement nights do you kind of like make the math one of the sole?
So Mr. Johnson had planned our Math and Magic night. For that event, we raffled off math games. It was one of the door prizes was also a math game, but I was able to kind of use concentration of poverty grants to provide to families as they completed my surveys. So I think that is an area where we got families coming in to do our, to come in. I think increasing that academic piece is our next step, kind of moving forward. And I think we've got a great kind of stepping stone to leap on
Yes, because
from.
that's what I was going to suggest, is maybe that we would offer more workshops with math, get it out there, because that's one of the things that I really feel many parents need. And
Absolutely.
they're just, they don't know where to turn for that one. We can do the math, we can get the right answer, but when the children bring it back and we teach them that way, it's said that it's wrong, and we're at a place where we can't teach them the other way. So
Yeah.
and I feel children need help.
Absolutely,
when
and
they
it's
go home.
so out of the 235 students that completed my surveys, 127% of them said that they need more help in math, which is a huge number of students that are and there's probably some that are saying they don't need help, but they still need help. So just they're asking for it. So I definitely think it's something that we need to.
So that's self-assessment, them saying, okay, that's good.
It was.
Well, I was going to say, I'm still on the math thing, because I've been to the, Rock Hall has a math night, usually with Miss Vosberg. Garnett has a math night, too. So, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously their students become our students. So
Right.
those families will be excited to have those kinds of opportunities. Yeah.
I just want to highlight what, if you listen to what she was saying, that it's a beautiful example of that sort of bringing Title I resources and community schools resources together to sort of compound the interest, if you will, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to highlight that. I think that it's a beautiful example, and not that our other two schools aren't doing the same, but I just think you really spoke to that right and left hand partnership there for our middle school.
Effectively using the resources. Yes.
And then my only other highlight was Sumner Hall has been a great asset this year. I was able to kind of bring them in multiple times this year as another highlight, another win for us.
So with this, we have just a few blurbs that are actual quotes from families from each of the schools. We thought it would be fun to let them speak for themselves and share some of their words. But I'd like to tie it together just by saying that none of this would happen without the vision of the blueprint. And I know there can be mixed messages, but this is really showcasing, if you go back and if you listen to board meetings over the course of the past 3 years, there was a pillar that was called Resources for Ensuring All Students Are Successful. And the community schools is front and center in that pillar. And that is the funding that's supporting every one of these staff members that are standing here tonight that spoke so eloquently, and all the activities that you heard described. So I'm going to ask Tom if he wants to add anything else. I don't think so. All right. So with that, we'll just give you a moment and see if there are any other questions.
Yes. Before I have a question, I do have a comment. I think to everyone up there, it was an excellent presentation, because in my board report, I said I wanted to hear more from maybe Tom Porter or the Blueprint. So for somebody, and you all, yes, on cue. So somebody like myself, who's very big on community engagement and actually seeing the effects of it, I'll be honest, when you hear COP, concentration of poverty, as a board member, I'm like, I want to see and know what that means. I want to hear what that means, because I'm very, very big on understanding poverty here. But to see all of this, it kind of opened my eyes to what that even does. And it's because for me, it's like, oh, that's community. And that's one of the things I kind of was championing for when I campaigned, to actually see and have those pillars implemented, and to see that is great. One question, and maybe Tom Porter, you can answer this one. With us being concentration of poverty, one of the things about the blueprint that I personally thought could improve, which I didn't see in the original, it could have changed by now, was the financial literacy component of that. I haven't seen it and I haven't heard it at the state level. Now, locally, I don't expect to hear it right away, because I think it's a work in progress. But I think for us to have so many families, that high percentage of 70% or more in poverty, I think that financial literacy can kind of help us out.
Thank you for the question. I believe if you were to do a control F, like to search the blueprint law, you would not find financial literacy in there.
Yeah.
So the blueprint really does cover a vast range of educational programming. Financial literacy is not something that's included in there.
Yeah.
What is included in there is 6 through 12 individualized career counseling for students. So I think it
That
tangentially
one-on-one
fits.
pathway
Yeah,
tailored to the individual, right?
who are you? What do you believe in? What are your values? What are your skills? Where do you see yourself going? And then the role of the career counselor to help the student get there, but also to help the student understand what would the fiscal outlook of that career path be for you?
Yeah.
And is that going to sustain the life that you want to have?
Yes.
But again, if you were to search financial literacy, that is not something that you would find addressed head on in the blueprint law.
Yeah.
I can speak to a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Porter. So financial literacy is in COMAR. However, it is woven throughout multiple grade levels and multiple curriculums. So it's not standards that you find in a singular course, right?
Yeah.
So at the elementary level, that's often embedded in social studies. As we get up into the higher grades in high school, some of those standards are addressed like in economics classes, some are addressed in other social studies classes. So it's really woven into other courses depending upon the grade band and the particular standard of financial literacy. That's why it's hard to see because it's so interwoven. It doesn't stand aside in its own space often.
Right, because it's not a graduation requirement.
Correct.
And so, I mean, I've seen just a couple other counties that have, I can only think of one in particular that has a 1 credit course related to personal finance.
Yeah.
That particular county has deemed a requirement.
Yeah.
Because, right, we can't do less than what the state requires, but we can always do more. And so, that is something to maybe discuss, as, future planning and things like that. Because it is important, financial literacy, absolutely.
Absolutely. And I can see the connection with community schools when we're talking about the whole point is to wrap our arms around the families, right? Because we know you help a family, you help a child. And so how might we support the parents in that financial awareness, literacy, and accessing resources within the community?
So let me ask, so since it's woven in, how can I word this? Is there a way to, I don't want to say push it to the forefront to kind of tailor or gain data on the impact, but like a lot of the innovative things that's going on, because they did a math and magician night. So is it a way to kind of implement, and I'm not saying you have to, I'm just saying think about it moving forward, where economic enrichment or education is kind of at the forefront of that lesson, so it's not so much hidden in curriculum, if that makes sense.
We have had opportunities to at Garnett to work with the Family Center, which is a partner.
Yes.
And also the Judy Center, because a lot of the times they identify needs that their parents need, and then we piggyback with them. So that we did have a financial literacy night for parents.
Okay.
That had asked them. But again, a lot of the times we have to, when we go and give out the surveys, that's what we base our needs assessment on. It's what
Understood.
comes back.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, so, but we did have one financial literacy night. At Garnett with the Judys.
Right.
I just wanted to say, I went to the science night at Kent County Middle School, was it a few months ago? And I loved it. Like, there were so many people there and it was so exciting. And like everyone, I think it was 6 through 8, right? Everyone had science projects. Yeah. And I think that was really cool. It like combined academic enrichment with like this community feel, like showing parents stuff like, oh wow, these guys, like these projects are really cool. And I think coming from me, I know that the high school is going to be a community school next year. So whoever is running that, to be thinking about the fact that I think having those kinds of like all school encompassing activities is really engaging and really powerful. I know we have the Challenge Day. I don't know if you guys know about that. It's it's just across the ninth grade, but it's like a really powerful.
They've had Challenge Day before at the middle school.
At the yeah, and I think that sort of like all inclusive. Everyone's doing this together is a really important thing to think of when planning events like this. And I think all of these events are really cool. And I didn't realize that a lot of them had to do with the community school. So that's really, really cool. So yeah, just want to throw that out there.
A lot of the planning, what we've learned and what I've learned since the beginning is you try to get more bang for your buck. And that sounds kind of, crude, but basically we would have an event and we'd have resources that we know the families need. So they see those resources and they see the people who are connected to those resources. So eventually they will get those resources. And also the celebration, and we stole it from you. And that we did. We had One School, One Book, and we did a walkthrough where the kids did projects. It was great.
That project was amazing. It was on Ivan.
Yes.
All that elephant stuff, I mean gorilla stuff, the silverback. I mean, I was blown away by, especially the fifth graders, their art, and I mean, that was an incredible thing.
Well, and that was our reading night, and we partnered with Title I, with Heather. But,
Yeah.
so, it took a while. Like, I know the first year, I had a parent engagement event 8 times. 8 times, and after that,
Speaking to the mic,
we're
man.
not doing it because it was a lot.
Well, that One School Book thing, I just want to talk about it again. So I partly was blown away by the skill of the fifth graders, but also because I do character counts and I have a pre-K, a kindergarten, and a first grade class, and I was amazed at how much the lesson the pre-K kids got. They knew what a silverback was. They knew the whole story. They could tell me what happened. Kids take in a lot more than we give them credit for.
Well, we thank you all, and
Yes.
if you think of anything else, please feel free to just shoot us an email.
Good job, ladies. Good job.
All right, is this you, Doctor? Who's talking about the
It's
pre-K
me and
expansion?
Mr. Porter.
Okay.
And I see we have our community partner here, and Reverend Tolbert.
Oh, okay,
Tolbert.
cool. Yeah, good.
And Dr. Keene's coming up. So I'm pleased to, I will very quickly kind of share an overview, and then I'll hand it over to Mr. Porter. We had an opportunity to apply for a grant with MSDE to expand our 3-year-old program. So we just found out last week, beginning of last week, or at the very end of the week before that. It was like Friday or Monday.
10 days.
Okay, 10 days. And we found out MSDE did approve us for this grant. Now, this grant opportunity, well, how about I turn it over to Mr. Porter then, so I don't steal your thunder?
That's okay. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a blueprint update on our early childhood expansion effort. So just as Pillar 4 of the blueprint requires school districts across the state to make investments in wraparound services for all students, the blueprint law also requires LEAs across the state to make investments in early childhood education. So what you're seeing here are really the two mandates around pre-K. We're required to increase the number of Tier 1 students in our pre-K programs. Tier 1 students are 3 and 4-year-olds who are at or below 300% of the federal poverty level. Historically, you're aware that we've served all 4-year-olds universally, so we didn't have any growth to make there, really. Where we've noted a desert here in Kent County and really across the state is with 3-year-old programming. We're also required to increase through Blueprint the number of eligible private pre-K providers in the community. We'll start there, and then we'll come back to the funding piece. Behind me, though, is really our pre-K expansion team, Ms. Jacomowitz, Dr. Keene, and then our community partner here, Reverend Joel Tolbert from Presbyterian Church of Chestertown. So what we're here to talk about tonight is the pre-K expansion grant. This is an annual competitive grant. This year, school districts were able to apply for funding at the Blueprint pre-K per pupil amount of $14,473 per student. We proposed in our competitive grant application to open a classroom for 20 students. These 20 students would be Tier 1. So again, that's 3 or 4-year-olds who are at or below 300% of the federal poverty level, with a priority for students who are in special education, who have an IEP or an IFS, an individual education plan, or an individual family support plan, or students who are multilingual learners. And we were required to serve the Garnett catchment area, which we'll chat about in just a moment. We did survey the landscape of what would be available to us. I guess I'll get there now. In order to apply for the pre-K expansion grant, your pre-K has to have a Maryland Excels quality rating. So you have to have gone through that whole process of accreditation that Ms. Jacomowitz described earlier, and you have to have a Maryland Excels quality rating. Currently, Garnett is the only school that operates a pre-K that has the Maryland Excels rating. That's simply because Galena and Rock Hall had not started that process until around 18 or 20 months ago. So we do expect that possibly by the springtime, Galena and Rock Hall would be eligible for pre-K expansion grants.
So can I ask a question? For some reason, I thought Rock Hall had a 3-year-old program. No? But we moved, okay, that's what's messing me up in this. Yeah.
program.
So the program that we had at Rock Hall Elementary School, or that we have currently at Rock Hall Elementary School, serves 6 children through an IFSP.
I thought it was like through special education, right?
So this is a much larger program
yeah.
that will serve not only the children with an IFSP, but children with an IEP, along with our multilingual learners.
And is it, I heard Mr. Porter say this, is it only the Garnett catchment area? I mean,
It is just because they are the only ones at the time who had the Excels accreditation.
Okay.
As we acknowledged this evening, and Ms. Jacomowitz, correct me, we acknowledged that the other 2 schools now have their accreditation.
Okay.
So those other 2 schools will be eligible for next year's application process.
would that
And
be?
if we don't fill the whole program.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, will that
we did say we were
be
gonna-
a separate grant because we have to have a new partner in Rock Hall and a different partner up in
It
Galena?
would be a separate grant because the grant is the seed money, right?
Right.
So what happens here is the state gives us $14,473 for each 3-year-old that we serve, right, up to the amount of for 20 students to get us launched. Now, what happens in the following budget cycle, those students go into our pre-K 4-year-old, and so we get funding for that.
Would any of those 3-year-olds be in our Judy Center?
So that's this project opens up a host of variables that would need to be mapped out. And I'll start off by saying we have not yet committed to the Maryland State Department of Education that we will be opening this program, because we want to make sure that if we're opening the doors to this program, we're doing it in a way that prioritizes.
Are we asking, am I asking you too many questions? I mean, I'm trying to figure out all this myself. Okay. Yeah.
That's why we're here tonight,
Okay.
because we were excited that the state said, yes, we will give you the grant. Because we really didn't know that until 10 days ago. And so this was our first opportunity to really kind of bring to you something more than just a concept of like, hey, there's this opportunity, we've applied. Now we actually have some substance to bring to you. And we have a partner who, is willing to help us.
Well, it
through
doesn't
this.
surprise me about the Presbyterian Church because they were no, and I mean this is a compliment, because when we needed during COVID, when we needed a place to I can't remember what we called them.
Remote learning hub.
Yeah, the hubs. The Presbyterian Church was one of those then, yeah.
So when we say partnership with Presbyterian Church, I see up here it says where. Is that where these 20 students will be?
That is because Garnett itself, we don't have the space in the building. So we had a school that met the accreditation, but we did not have the physical space. The Presbyterian Church is trying to fulfill a unique mission that they have around programming. And so it was really sort of the, not to sound cheesy, but like a synergistic opportunity to be able to maybe take this step forward for us to grow enrollment. I see this as a strategy to help us grow grow our enrollment,
Yeah.
right? Because we know the earlier we can engage families and they have a quality experience, the longer they will stay with us, right? And they'll choose us out the gate.
So-
And we know these students that may have extra learning needs, so it's this, early intervention, right? The earlier we can provide support.
So will their whole school day be spent at the Presbyterian Church?
Yes. Mhm.
I'm assuming the money includes transportation.
Yes.
What about how many grown-ups do we need in the program?
We, in our grant application, we applied for the salary of a full-time certified teacher and a full-time instructional assistant. We are confident that through some special education grant funding under Dr. Keene's purview, that we will be able to invest in an additional instructional assistant. But again, at this time, as of tonight, we have not signed off on opening the program because we want to make sure that safety really is the priority here, to ensure that if we're opening this, we figured out every possible variable in a way that would prioritize the safety of that space. And we are confident that we can do that, but we just haven't done that yet.
Question about the partnership. Will the adults, and I don't want this to come off as offensive, will the adults in Presbyterian Church be interacting with Kent County Public School students?
No.
So not so when you refer to adults, are you referring to members of the congregation?
Anyone who's not employed by Kent County Public Schools.
Sure. So that would all be described in the MOU, which we have the memorandum of understanding. Our legal counsel has reviewed that. We've gone back and forth a couple of times at this point. And again, that's just, we want to ensure that all of that is spelled out. We do have HR procedures for volunteers, tier 1 and tier 2.
Yeah.
So if we know, for example, that members of the church who are employed by the church, who have offices in that building, if they wanted to be tier 2 volunteers and interact on a regular basis, they would be free, just like anyone else in the community, to come in and be processed through HR to be approved for that.
Understood.
Yep.
Would the teachers, they're considered Kent County Public School employees, would we end up opening it up maybe somebody who already has a job with us and might want to do that, or maybe somebody who decided to retire early, but they can't be rehired, or could they?
Right. No, this would be, so I want you to think about this.
'Cause we had at least one elementary school teacher retired.
Right. I want you to think about this. This is our program with our teachers in a satellite location.
Okay.
Right? So it's our people running our program. It's not,
It's just they can provide the space.
Exactly.
Understood.
And
How they getting their food?
right. So give me one question at a time. And so I just want you to kind of conceive of this.
Okay.
This isn't the Presbyterian Church's program that we're supporting. It's our program, and they are kind enough to give us space
Right.
because we don't have the space. And that's where we were just doing a walkthrough to make sure that we have the security in place, and people who aren't supposed to access areas during the day when the children are in the program. We have all of that worked out. So we're working through that process now. And working through all the logistics around food, meals, transportation, all of that would be all part of our MOU.
When do we have to, because if we don't take it, somebody else might, right? I mean, so we must have to let the state know at some point whether we're in or we're out.
I don't believe we've received any guidance
Okay.
on when we need to commit
Okay.
to them. That was not in the notification of the grant award letter.
Okay.
We just know we have been approved if we want to go forward. This question is more for you, Dr. McComas. Something like this, especially with it being uncharted territory for 3-year-olds, that helps kind of, I don't know, offset the student enrollment declining, because we're getting a whole new batch of 20 students that might not even been a possibility till a whole year later. So this is something that kind of can help offset that, correct?
Do they count as FTEs or whatever it is?
Flooding the questions today.
So yes, it is building our pipeline,
Yeah.
right, a year earlier. How do they go into our student count? They ultimately do go into our student count. And again, these, if these students, these 20 students are pre-K 3 in FY 25 funded through the grant, then they become pre-K 4, for which we would get that
Right.
Per
funding,
pupil
right?
funding, yeah.
Mhm.
Is there, It's for 20 students, right? What happens if we have 24? Is there a criteria or how we make a decision to
That's where we get into our tiers of which students are eligible. And I don't
Right.
know if our team would like to tease
based
that
on what?
apart, right? But need-based.
IEP, special education.
No, I get that. I mean, I'm just saying, I'd hate to have room for 20 and 21 people show up and you have to tell the 20, the other person or whatever that they just didn't meet the qualifications. Yeah, okay.
Yes. It is worth noting as well that a recent legislative change in the blueprint made a significant increase in the per pupil allocation for pre-K. I see, Mr. Queen, you're seeing that FY '27 through FY '28, there's over a $5,000 increase in the per pupil allocation for pre-K. So we were actually commended by the Maryland State Department of Education for this innovative approach to providing this space for 3-year-olds. We would receive the $289,460 to operate this year. Those students are counted in our enrollment count at the end of September. FY '27, we would receive $399,000 for that single program, an increase of over $100,000 to operate the same program.
So tell me how this partnership came to be.
Yes. So, so to go back a little bit, why did we select the Presbyterian Church of Chestertown? It is central. We know that they have operated a child care center in the past. So you could, if you walk in there now, it looks like a daycare center. The church, under Reverend Tolbert and his board, have generously committed $50,000 of capital improvement. So they're proposing to completely renovate this space to fit our needs. Per the MOU. This would, again, that's that second goal of the blueprint under early childhood. We are not only required to expand our services of early childhood ed, we're required to partner with private providers as well. So through a bit of strategy, when we open our new middle school that would serve 5 through 8, there would be space available at Garnett. We would hope to segue our 3-year-old program back into Garnett, while at the same time having set up the Presbyterian Church to open their own private private pre-K.
And if we could ask if Reverend Talbot, if you don't mind just saying a few words, you came down this evening to join us, and I would not feel right not giving you an opportunity to speak to it.
Sure. We're just honored. We did have the remote learning hub there. It's a big deal to us.
Yeah.
We know that the younger ones, we talk about the poverty rate of Kent County, but if you look at the poverty rate of the youngest ones in Kent County, that number takes your breath away. And normally wherever Presbyterians go, we like to do hospitals and schools and kitchens, right? Those 3 things first. We'll do the church later. We got people to take care of. So we did have a preschool that was in our space. So we had the square footage required for a certain number of kids, and we know the kid to student to teacher ratios. And we were running that for a while, and it disappeared, and we saw the blueprint presentation that he did downstairs at the Episcopal Church one time when it was still early in a dream. And we said, oh my gosh, we have got to be one of their private partners. And then he's like, well, we're kind of out of space. How about if we don't get the middle school built, would y'all be willing? And we had a beautiful family on the death of the matriarch give our church $137,000. There was some attachments to it. It said it must be used for victims, spouses and children who are victims of abuse. So we have designated $40,000 of that straight to the Child Advocacy Center, the CARES Foundation. Another $40,000 of that straight to the Midshore Council for Family Violence, which left us $57,000-ish. And we know that excellent preschool care prevents abuse and violence later. If they have a place to go and somebody to help take care of their kid and a pro that is a mandatory reporter looking out for certain things, you can make a big difference. Whatever we can do now for a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old is going to change Kent County for the next 15 years. So we are excited to try to make all this happen. We have, if y'all want to grease some wheels, we are talking to the health department and codes and an architect and an engineer to make sure everything is properly permitted ASAP. But we are a big enough facility. I think we'll hit that no problem. And our goal is to have, if everything goes through and everybody agrees and all the signatures are in place, to have people in place by August 15th. So that you could set up a school. Now, that's fast, and Presbyterians don't do things fast.
Not
we're
your
gonna
public
try.
school systems.
We're going to try really hard to make sure that the way be clear for y'all and for these kids and for those who love these kids.
So I think I'm correct, and I'm looking at sort of Gina back there. A couple years ago, we had a conversation about expanding the 3-year-old program in Chestertown, and that was the problem. We didn't have space in Garnett for it, and then we were talking about somewhere walkable, whether that was the Kent Family Center or whatever, and we hit the wall that we couldn't hurdle. So, yeah, I mean, I'm correct on that, right?
Barriers, and
Yeah.
I think we've come a long way from that time.
Yeah.
Certainly, the grant providing transportation
Yeah.
opened many doors that were not open before.
Right.
The other piece is, we looked at doing a half-day program, which then provided a whole nother hurdle, like you said.
Yeah.
And now that this program will be open full day. So the
Yeah.
students will be able to stay with us all day long. And again, that to me.
Will it be the regular school day,
It will
like
follow the
9 to
regular
3:30 or
school day.
whatever it is at Garnett?
It's
Yeah.
actually been pretty motivational to see the team that's put their heads together for this, because one idea sparks another, and I feel like every time one of us would say, but wait, what about this? Someone else would come in with a way to overcome that challenge. Food service, what about, Wendy and I were just talking about the nurse, and we're like, well, we can have someone if they need to go over. Again, I think we can work through each and every little piece, just like you would if a child were in a daycare in Chestertown, they wouldn't have a nurse on site. But you would have that support there. So we just have to say out loud what we think might be the obstacle, and then put our heads together and how we can overcome it.
I'm wondering, with listening to what Reverend Tolbert said about some of the other things, the permitting and all that, I'm wondering, since we seem to, through Dr. McComas, have a very nice partnership with the county commissioners. I mean, maybe the county can facilitate some of that. I mean, I'm not asking somebody to, look the other way, but I'm just saying maybe they can help expedite some of that, or maybe, their building inspector comes in, or those kinds of things.
We've got all of our records, thank goodness. We're good about keeping records. So we have all of our records going back 40 years. So we've gotten prints up and given them all to the health department and to
Okay.
the architect. That's a big part of it. The architect has promised to lead us through the permitting process. It will just be when it gets to the desk, right,
Yeah.
where the person holds the stamp. That's where we'll need your help, and we'll make sure to raise our hands. And on behalf of this team around, I deal with some folks sometimes who are no, but what about no? These are yes and folks.
Yeah.
They say, yes, we can do that. Ooh, and it just makes the collaboration, the conversation, the imagination happen. It's refreshing to have folks around the table in Kent County who are excited to try the next new possible thing to help our fellow residents. And I just want to applaud your team, Dr. McCall.
And to that point, I understand what you're saying, Reverend Tolbert, because you actually are someone who tries to do things in the community. We won't go into the extras about, some of the barriers, but to the whole team standing here, for me, once again, I think y'all set me up when I made this blueprint request earlier. But for me, I think this is very innovative, and for me, I've been very critical on our school system for being reactive all the time. But this is something that's very innovative. It's very proactive. I've known Reverend Tobin and the work he's trying to do for years. So for me, that's a great partnership. And I look forward to hearing more about this and hopefully starting it. Because I think, Tom, you actually explained another vision that, with this process, you wouldn't even think of, about how if we get the new middle school, we can move the 5th to the middle school, and then the 3rd grade goes right into Garnett Elementary, which actually is some of the quicker destinations to leveling off that decline in student enrollment again. So once again, this is the second presentation today. I actually can go home and say, that was nice, and it's kudos to the group of what they're bringing to the table. So good job on that.
I don't want to put the cart before the horse or the other, whatever it is, but let's say we're a go. How do we roll this out to our families? How do they know about this?
I think the first thing we would do is involve Brenda Rose, who would be the principal over this program, and we have informed her of this. As part of the grant application, we did have to collect data from her building, the Judy Center there, the community school program there. So that's where we would certainly start.
I would just like to offer, I think this is an area, just to add to the vision here, you know, Kent County is ahead of all the other school systems in the state around pre-K,
That's a fact. That is a
pre-K
fact.
4-year-olds. This allows us to continue to be leaders in the state around early childhood education in a way that every other jurisdiction is struggling. And it really comes down to space, right? Because it sounds great to add 3-year-old programs, but you need the physical capital budget to build that, right?
Yeah.
This allows us to get this launched and moving because we can see, you know, where things are going with our middle school and our 5th grade, right? So I just offer that to say this is one of the strategies that allows us to be superlative in the state around early
Well, I
childhood
was gonna
investment.
say,
No, I
so one
agree.
of the, obviously, points of the blueprint is universal pre-K, which we've been, I mean, we started that more than 10 years ago with Dr. Couch. And for many years, we were #1 in the state in kindergarten readiness. So I'm thinking that we will regain that position with this.
Was the last thing I'll say is, again, this, to what Mr. Queen was indicating, this all began with a series of blueprint presentations over a year ago. April of 2020, my time's up. Kidding. April 2024, Dr. Keenan and I met at the church to just talk about what the law had in mind. This past spring, we decided in conjunction with the church to apply for that grant. We received the grant at the end of May. We've been doing facility walks at the church with Reverend Tolbert to make sure that it is the right space and that it will work for this demographic. Those facility work sessions continue even this week. Currently, we're just ironing out the specific details in the MOU, which would come before you all at some point prior to the renovations at the church and then the 3-year-old program beginning in the fall.
I like that.
It's exciting.
Yes. And thank you, Reverend Toval and your church, for being a active engager and trying to partner with our public school system.
Don't think it's too much yet. It's hard work, but we are gonna push it up the hill.
Well, you've done a lot so far, so good work, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Alden, this is where we moved your concerns about telehealth.
Okay.
So 8D, and maybe Dr. Walker can just sort of remind us about this.
Hi, okay, so this was originally in the consent agenda for this meeting. We know we talked about it last month, but since that meeting, I've had some questions that I wanted to ask about it. I didn't think you were going to be here, so I'm glad you are. Yes. The first thing was room access within the schools for the appointments themselves. I know that the high school has some extra rooms because it's a bit of a bigger space than we have students, but I was wondering what the middle school has in terms of extra space.
So I can tell you, it just worked out that due to a reduction in the number of teachers that we'll have, Mr. Buckle has plenty of rooms that we can use next year for telehealth, for a private space.
Gotcha. So, displacing any, I don't know, I thought it was going to be in the counseling suite or something. We're using extra rooms that aren't being used.
Now, there is a conference room that we had been talking about next to the nurses station. I mean, it's a small conference room, and if we didn't find any other space, we were thinking about that space, but it is definitely not a problem.
Okay.
Room at this point.
Thank you. And then the other question I had was about the attendance policy. Since these appointments would be taking place during the school day, I was just wondering if we have a policy now that says that you're allowed to have as many excused absences as you need if it's doctor or medical related. I was just wondering if that carried over for these medical appointments.
That absolutely carries over. We provide space for telehealth appointments, and students will be excused. In the procedure, it also talks about students being able to make up any work they missed because of the appointment. So yes, it's excused under the attendance policy.
And if I may, I think one of the pluses of this, emergent technology and approach to service and support through telehealth is students don't need to miss any more time than they need to, right? Like, so you can maybe miss your social studies class, but you don't need to miss your class before that, right? You only need to miss that portion of when your appointment is, as opposed to, half a day.
Wasn't that part of the reason behind this?
Yes, and I'll also say this will help with chronically absent students, because those students are in our building. Like in my mind, it's no different. A student leaves the classroom to go to the nurse or to the counselor. None of that time will count against them as being out of school. So this will help with being chronically absent, because chronic absenteeism counts excused and unexcused absences. So this will help.
And I just want to make sure I clarify for anyone who's listening or may still have a question in their mind. The school system is not scheduling these appointments. We're not recommending, these are appointments that parents schedule with their child's healthcare provider. We just happen to be the location, right? So I just want to be clear. It's not us saying, oh, Mary McComas needs a therapy appointment. That's Mary's mom and the therapist organize that. The school just provides a place for them to do that. Again, with this idea of technology allows us to be more flexible, and it minimizes, think about the logistics that it takes the burden off of parents of getting their child to the appointment and back, and all the time that the child's missing from their other aspects of their education. So I just want to offer
It
that for
also
the good of the whole.
eliminates the challenge of transportation. What if a kid doesn't have a way to get to the doctor
Correct.
appointment, and they put off their physical or their emotional health because they can't get there? Yeah.
Question, where does the funding for this come from again?
It's all through the people's insurance, right? So again, that's all on the parents,
because of the-
right?
yes,
It's not, we don't schedule it, we don't pay for it. All we do is provide an appropriate, private,
Just the
confidential
space.
environment.
Understood,
Mhm.
yes.
Already.
Am I also correct that we provide technology?
Yes, because, the tele thing doesn't work if the internet and all that isn't working. So I don't know if you
So
have,
students can use their own phones, but we will, and I know we've already started working with the technology department, because different providers use different platforms, just to make sure that we can provide those if students don't have a way, or if their devices malfunction or just not working or not connected to the internet. So we are working to make sure that everything's in place.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Did that clarify some things for you? Does anybody else have any other questions? Alrighty, so at this point, I'm looking for a motion to approve policy JLCB, student participation in telehealth appointments in secondary schools.
I'll make a motion.
okay.
Was that you, Ms. McKenzie? No, Ms. Dorsey? All right, Ms. Dorsey made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Ms. McKenzie.
Yeah.
All right, you got to get a little quicker on the buzzer there, buddy. All righty, so we've got a motion and a second. Are there any more questions or conversation about it? I'm calling for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
All righty, it's unanimous. All righty, we are moving on to Ms. Stewart.
Good evening, President Trish.
Look at that smile.
Dr. McComas. That's the inside of us. Members of the board, coming tonight with the monthly revenue and expenditure report as of May 31st, 2025. We'll start with the revenues. So for the total for Fund 1 that we've received, about $38.6 million. Nothing for Fund 3. Fund 5 is about 1.6. Nothing from our for our Fund 7, and our total cash receipt as of May 31st is $40,064,281.97. We'll go into our expenses. As you can see, on average, we've expended about 86%. We still have a month to go and recodes to be done, so the million is a strong guesstimate for where we stand as of May 31st.
Just a quick question about that. Given the right sizing you did with the budget for next fiscal year, do you anticipate that some of these overages will not happen, or is that not? Because I remember you were trying to like look at what we actually spent previously and then to try to change those amounts. I'm just curious if that would change what we're seeing.
As we move into next year, it should, you know, in that we're positioning money where we know we have evidence that that is what we typically spend, you know, like transportation is a good one. As an example, we've tried to increase certain areas of transportation based on what we know historically we spend, and then trim away in some other areas where we know we don't spend it all.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it won't be perfect.
Right,
But
right,
yeah,
I'm
that's
just
the idea, is to
wondering.
see
Yeah.
closer approximations.
Right.
And just to add a FYI, in our administration, that's where our indirect cost revenue lies. So some of those expenses that are already coded will be netted against the indirect cost revenue that we received. And in the maintenance, the 151 is not a 100% true number. We have to recode out we had the issue with the middle school and I believe a couple of the elementary schools for the sewer credit. That's going to go into your capital outlay, the 158. So you'll probably see that change in June, but.
And if I may, Ms. Stewart, could you just explain what a recode is for
Yes.
everyone?
So a recode is essentially an accounting term. So you just do a journal entry to move one expense to one account to another. So essentially, when we say recoding here, when any of our maintenance issues come up, it does get coded into our maintenance budget under our supplies, or if it's contractual, get coded to our contractual account. Our capital outlay, according to our budget, that is the combination of the $15,000 we set aside for asbestos, and then the remaining is what we get with aging schools. But aging schools operates as a restricted funding, so we have to expend the money first and then reach out to the state, and we get the state basically reimburses us.
So that's the recode,
Yeah,
right?
So,
we go-
can I ask about that for a second?
Mm-hmm.
So I understand how the recoding and maintenance may, I'm using a non-fiscal term,
Right.
help even out. You know, you take some of, you know, we're 151,000 in the red in maintenance, and we're flush in capital outlet by
Right.
taking some and moving it over.
Right.
So is the recode allows you to do that, but it makes me think that it wasn't, you know, when you redo something, makes you think you didn't do it right the first time. So why do things need to be recoded?
So the recode is, again, accounting, when you're looking at expense to expense.
Okay.
What you all get most of the time when I come at the end of the year is a budget amendment. So to adjust this, because some of this, it is a recode. Sometimes if we don't catch it on the front end, on the back end, we're gonna have to go back when we do our reconciliation and move it to where it needs to be. But this goes part of what Ms. McKenzie was saying, asking Dr. McComas, when it came to that right sizing, because as you can see, the other areas, let's look at fixed charges. There's 383,000 available. That at the end, I usually wait because we have all those recodes to, you know, come for prior years. It was COVID, so I knew that at the end we were going to be okay. So essentially, budget amendments are adjusted to align with what actually has been spent. But going forward with
I was gonna
what
say,
they were saying with Dr. McComas, that's where everything's going to have to be scrutinized, because whatever is there is there.
I'm scrutinizing it right now. So do you think giving what Ms. McKenzie said, what Dr. McComas said, and what you said, moving forward, will there be less recoding?
Yes, essentially.
Okay.
Unless, yes, because,
May I?
That's not something that's predictable, is it?
Well, I think yes and no, right? So yes, in that we did exactly what Ms. McKenzie and what you're asking, right? Do we
Right.
have the money based on historical spending in the right place, right?
Yeah, that's
Do we
what I'm
have the
asking.
money
I
in the
don't
right
want
place?
to, I don't want to find out, and I'm probably mixing my metaphors and apples and oranges and everything else, maintenance and capital outlay, but I don't want to find out that we robbed Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, that's what allowed maintenance to get out of red and capital to spend money. I'm just saying,
Right.
is there a way moving forward that will be a little more accurate or a
Right.
little closer in line from the very
Oh,
beginning? So
yeah.
there's not a
The-
lot of this.
The main issue behind this is because of the budget allocation.
Yeah.
We were not really necessarily budgeting true to what it is. So when Dr.
Yeah,
McComas
so
created
that's-
her
that's- yeah,
budget,
yeah.
we're close to, we did the budget based on what's actual spending. So going forward, if someone says, well, I need $20,000 for additional textbooks, well, we're gonna have to go back to them and find the money because I can't, the downside of, I mean, it's good, but the downside of it is I just can't say, oh, I can find you some money.
Yeah, that-
and use
yeah,
it. We're really
yeah.
gonna be, we either gotta save or we're gonna be without.
Yeah, I
So
know,
it's gonna be right
that's
there.
kind of the way I mean,
Right.
because there've been some past practices where I've often wondered, where the heck did that money come from? We didn't have it, and all of a sudden we did have it.
Right.
So,
Well, and that was the whole point of zero basing, right?
Right.
Is to make sure we have money where we need it. Now, will it be perfect? Surely not, right? Surely there'll be an unforeseen, something emerges, and we have to say, you know what? We have to address that. And so then I'm going to go back and say, you didn't spend your money in this department yet. You didn't spend your money. So
Okay.
I'm going to trim a little bit, everybody ante up their portion, and we're going to cover the unforeseen expense. So there, no thing is perfect, but that was the whole spirit around zero basing, right?
I
take it,
understand
put
that.
it
I'm
where-
just saying that moving forward, we'll get a more accurate picture in real time of where we are, right? Did that sound
Yep.
like?
Now, to
What will
that
be-
point, the reason it's not as accurate now is because of what we had to do with the actual budget. Would that be correct to assume, or I would be
I
off
would,
base?
honestly, I would say no, because when I came in, what, a lot of the changes that were made with the budget was based on salary increases. Everything else was remained constant.
Understood.
So in salary, the overages that you do see, that's a constant overage because we never increase for operational costs. We never increase for inflation. We only increase for really salary increases. So when you're looking at instructional salaries, that's where you're going to have your savings, so to speak, because that's your largest group. That's all your teachers and instructional personnel. Your fixed charges, there's going to be savings because again, we can budget for, 3 people, we budget, they have the family plan, but if they leave midway, you're going to have savings. So really it was really attributed that because we never really touched our non-personnel. And so in going in 26, we did touch our non-personnel and really looked at, when Dr. McComas brought that forward to you, look at what what was the trend data for that.
Yeah.
So that's really what the reason kind of behind that
And this
was.
one of those things I remember when I first got on the board. A lot of these numbers and the percentage was a lot lower, and you were saying at the end you would kind of have to shuffle the deck again to try to balance things out. So is that the part we're kind of coming up on now?
Yes, because we still have, for example, with grants, at the end of the year, that's when we reconcile the healthcare, FICA, pension, which are all the benefits for the personnel who's paid on restricted grants. But again, that's a deeper reconciliation because if someone leaves, we're not recoding the entire amount, you're recoding that portion. So that's why a lot of times we wait till the end to have a more better picture because our, with payroll and things of that nature. But like I said, the 1 million is essentially an estimate because that's not including grant recodes that we're going to add, the fixed charges account is going to be reduced. And then that's where someone said, oh, like what President Trish was saying, oh, we found the money. Well, I could anticipate in fixed charges, we're going to have this recode. So it made it pretty much easier to make those types of decisions.
And I just want to, again, clarify for as we move forward next year, recodes also are a function of reimbursement, right?
Yeah,
So
I
we
get
put money
that.
out and
Yeah.
then the grant, we give their receipt to the grant and the grant says, okay, we'll give you the reimbursement for it. So that some of that is not a function of misallocation. It's just a function of process.
Yeah,
right?
I know, it's just, like I said, so many times doesn't have a good connotation.
Right.
That's why,
Right. It does make it seem like, weren't you smart enough to do that right in the first place? Okay.
All righty.
Our school construction, we don't really have much action there. Our food service is about 73%. We have about 205,000 that is in our fund balance for food service, so please don't be alarmed by this 171. And also to note that when you're looking at the expenses, whatever expenses we incur, we net that against the revenue. So you necessarily can't take, like, yeah, that's the budget, but sometimes, like with food service, there's the sale of food, your à la carte, which is your snacks and your meals, and that's also
Because every
revenue.
school now, this Title I, everybody gets free lunch and breakfast, don't they?
Mhm.
It's only on the à la carte stuff that we make any money?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then we have our restricted funding here, about, I would say collectively 5.9 million that we have expended for this, for restricted funding. And then just our overall receipts and expenditures kind of broken down in a graph. Any more questions that I can answer for you?
I know the fiscal years ends June 30th. When do you really close out your books for fiscal year 25?
That's a great question.
Yeah, September.
Okay.
We have
Or is that part
to-
of, because that's how long it takes you
That's
to
the
get your
audit.
reimbursement? and all that jazz?
Well,
Okay.
no, the audit, there's little, we create what you call receivables. So if we know that there's money that we need to receive for 25, fiscal year 25, being in 26, we create a receivable. So that assists us with knowing what revenue we are to still receive if we haven't received it by the end of the audit. But with our auditors, we usually try that second week in August to make sure that our books are settled.
Is
all
that,
the
when do the
recodes,
auditors
everything.
come? Do they come in August?
They have started now. We
Okay.
have an entrance meeting that we have to schedule with them. And then once that happens, I'm giving them information for our grant because they do the A133 audit for the grants as well as the financial statement audit. And so September 30th is the last day that we have to actually get our financial statement done and completed to the state. So, good process.
And then in the fall, you'll receive the audit book, the annual audit book.
Right.
I'd like to say one thing. You do a wonderful job at what you do.
Thank you, Mr.
I mean,
Lewis.
I don't think that anyone does.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. She does. I have to sometimes, she knows her stuff, and I will tell you, as we talk, sometimes I'm like, okay, give me a minute. We play it every day, like, not auditor.
But you got it though.
I do,
You
I
got
got
it.
it. But you're good to work with. I agree with Mr. Rhodes.
And I can't say without, with getting that recognition, I do have to shout out my finance team and my supervisor, my support supervisor, food service, because they are the back end that does the detail, the in and outs of making all this work so that I can present that to you. So kudos to them.
I just want to say she's a King County Public
It's
School
proud.
graduate.
That's right.
I know that.
Yeah. And so is the gentleman sitting right there.
Yeah.
All
He's up
righty.
next, I think, all right?
Educational Facilities Master
Thank you,
Plan?
Ms. Stewart.
Thank you.
So our educational master plan is an annual report that lays out what we are doing around capital projects. So I'll turn it over. This is Mr. Craig Kirby,
Is
also
this-
proud graduate.
Is this one information only?
This is for approval. So I'll just kind of give you a little background because I know we have a couple new
So-
board members.
Just to, I mean, I don't know, we
Go
had
ahead.
talked at the
Would-
beginning,
yeah.
because I had requested that, but then the
Yeah.
point now is just to hear and then see what questions we have. and
Yeah,
then
we
make
don't
a
necessarily
decision.
have to prove it tonight. We can say we'd like to digest this and bring it back, but we got to give Mr. Kirby a chance to do his job.
Right.
Thank
So,
you for the clarity.
so before I kind of get into the weeds of the plan itself, let me just kind of give you an overview for our new board members. Like I said, I know Mr. Rhodes and Ms. McGee and Ms. Dorsey have seen this document before.
Right.
But Mr. Queen and Ms. McKenzie are new. So every year we are tasked by the IAC, who is the Interagency Commission on School Construction, basically to give them an annual update essentially of what's going on in our facilities in our school system. So basically what we do is we go back, give them all the projects we've worked on in the past year,
the projects we plan on doing this next fiscal year or where we are in those projects essentially. So I think sometimes terminology gets a little bit confused because some people think that this is our like 6-year strategic facilities plan, which is this is a whole completely different working document from that sort of a document. So this is very much just a snapshot that we send to the state of what we've used money for in the past year facility wise, and what we plan to do facility wise for the next year essentially. So it doesn't go further really than a year down the road in terms of what we're planning facility wise. So
When you say past year, 24, 25.
So, yep, so fiscal year 25, which we're about to finish up with, so basically we update them, everything we've done since last July essentially through now, and then everything we plan on doing from July 1 of 25 through June 30 of 26.
Right, so it's an after-action report of what we've done this year and what we are anticipating or like to do next year.
Yep, and kind of how the process goes is we have to bring it to our board first, and then we turn around and have to submit it to the county for them to also approve. And then we, by that point in time, have to send it to the state. July 1st is usually the deadline for the state to have all the documents submitted and all the approvals and everything behind it. So unfortunately, we can't usually bring it earlier than June because we don't get enrollment figures from the Maryland Department of Planning until April, May every year. So unfortunately, the June board meeting is about the earliest we can ever really bring it forward every year. Just because there are so many other reports that are kind of coming in the background that unfortunately, the timeline holds it up a little bit.
And you said it's
so-
July 1st.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. So, any other just overview questions before I kind of get into the details?
In between years, do you ever provide like page numbers of where things have been updated? So that way someone who's new coming to it could be able to just understand?
Yep, so there is essentially the IAC gives us a table of contents that we have to follow, and we have to submit basically page numbers of where all these items are found within this document. So I can gladly share that with anybody that needs to see it. We can put it on the website and post this to the website too. It takes a little while to go through it. It's about 130 pages of document.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's a big document.
Now, I will say a lot of that is kind of history of our school system. There's a lot of stuff that kind of carries forward each year. So my job kind of with our board and the county is really to kind of condense that 130 pages into what's the most important details for everybody to digest and look at for the past year moving forward.
And when would something like that be available?
As soon as we submit it on July 1st.
So that's never available ahead of time?
Well, it depends when we get the final approval from the county as well. So like I said, we have to approve it, then the county has to approve it, and then we submit it to the state. So it's part of that final submittal to the state every year. Now, if our board, would like something like that ahead of time, I can also include that moving forward with this presentation and kind of get it to you guys as early as possible, so that way you have time to really look through it and kind of say, go through that table of contents, if there's certain areas that you're interested in. That way you can kind of look beforehand instead of, me coming tonight and, presenting information.
I'll
and
be
then
honest,
having-
I didn't know what I was looking at.
Sure,
Well,
sure.
I feel like we're kind of jammed up. If this has to be submitted by
Right.
July 1st, we don't meet again before July 1st.
Right, so what I'd like to offer is I certainly hear in future years, you'd like an executive summary as soon as possible, right?
Yes.
And to Mr. Kirby's point, I know the state planning documents came out the week after our last board meeting.
Yep.
So just to give you a sense of the
You don't
the
have a lot of
tightness that
turnaround time
window.
either.
But here's the thing, our projects aren't surprises.
It's
Right,
the middle
there's nothing.
school,
It's
right?
not like right. There's nothing that's really a surprise. So I think moving forward, we can certainly honor the desire to have an executive summary, even if it's a proposed. Like this is what we are proposing and we anticipate, right? So that it helps you and us in a tight timeline be efficient, right, in that timeline. So, so certainly we can do that moving forward.
So
Are we gonna go over this whole document today?
He's gonna summarize
we're
it.
not
We
gonna
give him a
go-
chance to get to it.
There is.
He's going to summarize and highlight that.
And I'm
We
going
get
to
it.
kind of jump around a little bit in there. You know, there's really three main sections that kind of, I would say, are the most important, and that is the enrollment side of things, past year capital projects, and moving forward capital projects. So feel free to stop me as I kind of move through and kind of, you know, weave through all those different subjects as we're going along, because like I said, it is a good amount of information, and I don't want you to lose your question by the time we go from the start to the end of this. So feel free to jump in as we go along. Like I said, I'll try to make it as concise as possible, so that way, you know, not to bog you down with too much information, but try to highlight the most important parts of it. So Dr. McComas has kind of alluded to this most of the budget season, but, you know, enrollment is one of our main, you know, drivers of why we're in some of the situations we are budget-wise. So we work with the Maryland Department of Planning, who kind of gives us a roadmap of what they foresee our enrollment looking like in the next 10 years, basically. I think those figures are what Dr. McComas had kind of alluded to during her budget presentations. So I won't go too far into it, but just highlights of it. You know, this is the first time since I've been doing this over the past 5 years that when we get to that final 10th year of the Maryland Department of Planning projections, that we're starting to see some increases finally. So over the next decade, we are anticipated to see about a 16% increase in elementary population, which obviously then will flow through to the middle and high school. So at this point in time, you know, they're estimating our enrollment to range between the 1591 that we're at right now for K through 12, down to about 1550 in 2027, which I think you've alluded to before, and then increasing steadily back up to about 1630 by about 2033, 2034. And most of that is driven by that increase in elementary population that they're forecasting. And kind of what goes into that is, you know, they look at live birth rates and some other ancillary factors, but most.
Doesn't that statistics come from the Department of Planning?
It does,
Yeah,
yep,
from
yep,
the- and
from the
that's
Department of
why
Planning, yep.
the window is so tight, because we need their data. We can't finish
Exactly.
the report
Right, yeah.
until we have their data.
So enrollment rise, you know, that's kind of where we are, where we have been for the past few years, and kind of where the state sees us going, and they coincide with our internal projections as well. We have to prove that our internal projections are within about 5% of these state forecasted projections in order to be able to move further along in this process. So we've already sent that in and gotten our approval back from the state saying that our figures, you know, are in line with their figures, and, you know, everybody's pretty much in agreement in terms of, you know, what our population enrollment is looking like over the next decade or so. So moving from enrollment kind of into capital projects and capital budget. You know, this past year, our biggest one before the middle school project was our Kent County High School tennis court refurbishment replacement project. So we started that last June, July. It was finished by September. You know, they had a nice tennis season as far as I know of on the new courts, and have had no issues. So that money came from a capital bill bond that we had submitted back the prior spring, in spring of 2024. And that project actually came in under budget. And originally we were thinking we were going to have to use some supplemental, either aging schools or some other funding sources that we actually didn't end up having to use because of, you know, it came in under the projected budget. And actually we were able to kind of, towards the end of it, add in some equipment for the tennis team as well, that we were able to kind of procure through that grant as well, that we weren't originally planning on having the money to be able to do. So other than that, our other biggest area have been our Maryland Energy Administration grants that we've received over the past year, about year and a half. As you can see here, all 3 elementary schools and central office received LED lighting upgrades in the past, over the past winter. So basically, a company came in, took out all of our old, you know, some of them 40, 50-year-old light fixtures that we had, and replaced them with new LED lighting that is projected to save us a lot of kilowatt hours, a lot of annual maintenance, energy costs. So at the time of those projects, it was estimated that we'd see about 355,000 kilowatt hour reduction per year for those 4 facilities, which basically projects into about $55,000 a year in energy savings costs. So we are in the process, those are all finished. So this summer, we've been waiting for air conditioning, season to kind of kick in finally. So the plan is this summer for us to kind of do a deep dive in each school that's receiving upgrades and do our own manual projection and, an analysis of how much we have actually saved in terms of kilowatt hours, overall cost, and hopefully to have a presentation for you in the fall, because that actually kind of leads into, we didn't have enough money in the first year of this to do the high school as well, but we think that we will this coming year. We applied for the same grant and received about $246,000 to basically do the high school facility the same way that we did the other 3 elementary schools and the central office. So the hope is that, by school year, we would have that project done. We have to have a decision to Air American Energy Services by about mid-July. So we're waiting on some final numbers to come back, and we're waiting on our final allocation from Aging Schools program to come back, because we will have to supplement the difference between, it's estimated to be about $370,000 job, and we're receiving $246,000. So we've got about $125,000 gap that we have to come up with. As of right now, we will have that money in Aging Schools, or in any more unforeseen circumstances that, come up that are emergencies. But as of this point in time, we think that we will be able to supplement that through Aging Schools, and won't have to, worry about dipping into any sort of local budgets to complete that sort of project. Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't there an issue with the high school and the lighting? Was there an issue with I don't remember something, I don't know exactly what it was.
So the issue was that we have different suppliers essentially. So this building,
what it was.
Yep, so Delmarva Power supplies all the elementary schools in this building and the middle school. The high school and the bus depot are powered by Chop Tank Electric, which is a cooperative. So part of the reason that this is a little bit more costly than the other ones was because Chop Tank doesn't really offer rebate programs, incentives, that kind of stuff like Delmarva Power did. So Delmarva Power, helped save us a lot of money by having these programs available for us. Now, we do have some inquiries out to Chop Tank to see if there is any sort of assistance that they can, give us with this sort of a project, since it is kind of a large scale, and so we're waiting to hear back. So as of this point, we're just kind of planning like we're not going to have any additional help from Chop Tank Electric, but we're hoping to, which would then obviously save some money for us in our Aging Schools program for other needs in the future.
Question, so the lights you're telling us about is the projected for the future, the big one that we want to do in the future?
Correct. Yeah. So these same pictures you see in here is what would be throughout the high school, and anybody that's been in that high school, knows those hallways are very dim, and just lighting overall in the entire facility is very dated. So we were kind of waiting for a chance to hopefully do the same thing out there. We had to wait for a bigger pot of money essentially to come our way, and that's what we found through Maryland Energy Administration.
Question, for last year's project, the tennis court, what was the reasoning behind choosing that and not using that money on something different?
So for that particular capital bond bill, it has to be for exterior enhancements essentially. So it's the same bill that about 4 years ago we did the track with out at the high school. We resurfaced it, got new, high jump, all the other equipment out there redone. So it's a bill that's, like I said, it's a bill that's basically essentially for exterior improvements to school facilities.
All right.
Yep.
One other question.
Yes.
Dr. McCombs, maybe you can answer this. We were talking periodically about the lettering on the building. Is the roof going to pay? Are we still going to do that? Or?
Well, Mr. Kirby and I were just having a conversation last week about that, around where we were. So, Mr. Kirby, if you'll just provide that update.
Sure. So during the project, there was hopes that there would be a little bit left at the end for that lettering and the decals on the roof. Yes, on the roof
That
project.
was under budget, wasn't it?
It was, but, and it stayed under budget, but there wasn't quite enough at the very end to cover what was going to be the cost of those, of the new decals and everything. So at that point, we, had to say, it's something to potentially do in the future, but we couldn't do it through the project because we had, by the end, with all the other change orders, with the panels and some other unforeseen items, we just didn't have quite enough budget left to be able to handle.
So what would the expense be to put KCHS big yellow letters on the building where you enter the gym? It would just look, it would add a little character to the outside
Yeah,
of the building.
absolutely. So I've got
It can't be that expensive.
I've got an inquiry out to Jostens, because that's who gave us the initial quote. I'm waiting for an updated one from them, so that way I can have an exact dollar figure for you.
Because it's a nice campus, and you come up there with, give it a little bit of.
Sure.
Especially it has, I was just looking at it the other day. It's like a blank canvas with the blue.
Yep.
And it's also, I'm thinking down near the entrance at the horseshoe, not necessarily going into the gym. I'm thinking the other way, which goes into the auditorium.
Yep. Yeah,
Especially
so
if you're
You could
coming-
put the big logo in there, the
yeah,
turkey.
the initial plan was to have that big logo above that auditorium door, and then there was going to be a large Trojan, word Trojan above where you would enter the gym area. So those are the items we're waiting on an updated cost for, so that way, we can look into it a little bit further and see if that's something we can do.
Question, will this type of money be something, and this is just me asking folks, something like, I don't know if the proper word is repaving the high school parking lot, but expanding for more parking. Would this type of money be something that goes to something like that as a project,
Yes.
capital project?
Yes, potentially, and that high school parking lot just itself is one of our needs at the moment in terms of repaving, and it's on our list of, capital projects that we're kind of looking into, and it's kind of that next phase of capital projects that we foresee happening.
Understood.
Yep.
So let me ask, is the only one capital project, it's just the lights? Is that it?
So it was the lights, the tennis court, and then I was going to kind of go into the middle school next, which is kind of a mixture of this past fiscal year, this coming fiscal year, and moving a little bit forward past that. So like I said, that's kind of the next part of the presentation, is kind of give a thorough update of where we are with the middle school, where we've gone the last year, where we're going this next year, essentially. And I know Dr. Pacomas has also, kind of kept the board pretty updated along the way. But this will be a little bit more in depth of kind of where we've been with the middle school process and what's left there. So about this time last year, we had just completed our MOU with Maryland Stadium Authority, who is acting as our project manager on the project for us at the state level. Since then, we went through our architect engineering solicitation process in the fall of 2024, which gave us Crabtree, Rohrbaugh and Associates as our architect for the middle school project. At that point in time, they kind of dove right into beginning some what we call schematic design, which is kind of just the brick and mortar of the building, where the building's going to be located on the campus, how it's going to be positioned on the campus. And then slowly kind of starting to infill classrooms, larger areas that you'd see inside the school building itself. So that's kind of the process we've been in from about late fall 24 through about the last month or so. So it was about 4 to 5 months of biweekly meetings between us and our design team, Mr. Buckle, Ms. Jacomowitz, Dr. McComas, Mr. DeVillio, Mr. Poor, basically all the directors inside Kent County Public Schools, essentially, relaying information and looking at what the architects are showing us and saying, we do like this part, don't like this, can we move this, can we move that, to kind of at least get the project started. So like I said, we completed that process in about March, April time period. At that point, we then had to submit that schematic design to the state for them to approve before we can move forward, into the process of where we are now, which is design development, which now kind of starts to put desks and boards and things in the classrooms and in the spaces in terms of equipment and layout and that sort of thing. So in the past couple of weeks, actually, and I know he's not here anymore, but I wanted to thank Mr. Buckle because he was a big help in lending us some of their instructors and specialists to meet with the architects the last couple of weeks to kind of, give the architects an idea of what a typical classroom in their school building looks like and, kind of the process is and things that they need in that to be conducive to an ideal learning environment. So we went through that process, and it was actually a huge help because a lot of the data that the architects were using were from our educational specifications back in 2023 that we went through. So, some of that stuff was a couple of years old. So, it was nice for them to kind of get real-time updates from our educators of, things that they do use, don't use, in their classrooms and things that they need going forward to create, the optimal learning environment for, for the kids. Yes.
Would you explain this to me? Maybe I don't understand it completely, but I'm reading on this list of how old the building is. And it says right here, if a building area that is 40 years or older is eligible for 100% of the cost of new construction. Well, some of our buildings are 60 or 70 years old. So what does that mean, that 100% of what?
So unfortunately, that means that we would be eligible for up to 100%, but unfortunately, we are bound by the state's cost formula, which is 50-50.
But what is,
So essentially, there are some school systems where they are 100% funded or up to 100% funded. So if they have buildings in the state of Maryland, so or at least in some, some are 90-10, 92, but 85, 15, 80, 20.
Yeah, it's all based on a formula that the state uses related to wealth calculation for your county.
Yep.
So,
And this is what we were trying to change legislatively.
I know that wealth
And it-
formula. in case
yeah.
it's just-
Yep. So unfortunately, we are bound to that well formula. So while yes, by the state's guidelines, we would be eligible for 100%, replacement because our facilities are so old. Unfortunately, the formula, supersedes the context there. So, like I said, sadly, we are bound to that 50-50 split between eligible construction costs and between county and state. So, and kind of touching on that, which, I want to thank Dr. McComas especially because this past winter, and I know Ms. McGee went over as well, we were trying our best to get that funding formula changed for this project to make it more feasible for the county. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the bill itself passed due to, them not wanting to set certain precedents and things of that nature. But about a week after we received the news that the bill wasn't going through, we received the news that we were going to get an additional $8 million solely for this project. And that $8 million is on top of our estimated allocation that we're getting from the state. So this doesn't coincide with the state. This is completely separate. So it's two separate pots of money that we'll be able to put together to make the Bergen County much more feasible than it would have been had we not gotten any kind of legislation or bill passed or anything. So, so it's kind of got us to a spot where we think it's feasible. Now it's just a matter of, getting our final updated costs, which is kind of where we are now in the project. So we have hired our construction managers who essentially will oversee the construction portion of the project. They will bid out the separate trades, whether it be, site, you got electric, basically every trade that goes into building a school is going to be bid out separately by our construction managers. It's seen as a way to have increased competition, keep costs down to a much more manageable figure. Because most of the time when we do construction projects, you have one general contractor and they're in charge of all their subcontractors and trades. This is a little bit different where we have kind of a company that's overseeing all these different trades for us. So it's very widely used across the state. It's our first time since I've been here going with this process, but so far it's been very well received by everybody involved in the project. So actually, I'll be heading over in a couple days to Baltimore for the day to sit in on our cost estimate meetings that are going on. So we're hoping by the end of this week that we'll have pretty updated figures for the county and for our board too, for what we're looking at in terms of current landscape of construction. We've got some ballpark figures that we've used based on some other counties and projects that we've used for the time being. But by the end of this week, we'll have real official, what our actual projected numbers are.
Are there any, you don't have any huge firms here, but is there any local business that can come out of this?
So there are going to be some local contractors, and as part of the presentation that the construction managers had to present to us, they had to show what's called local outreach efforts. So basically, they have to show us that they've reached out to local subcontractors and local trades, and that has to make up a certain percentage of the total trades for the project. So, so each was estimating anywhere from 40 to 60 additional jobs for local companies as a part of this whole process.
That's great.
Yep. So at this point in time, that's, pretty much where we are in terms of this year. We're in that design development phase. We're getting final updated construction figures, and, moving forward, as long as we continue the process as we have, we're looking at beginning construction in January or February of 2026 and completion by August of 27 for the new school.
I think I remember Dr. McComas was just saying that you hoped in July maybe to update us. And it
Yeah.
sounds like with what Mr. Kirby's saying, you'll be able to do that.
Yep.
Yes. I am scheduled to meet with the county administrator in 2 weeks to share our most updated figures around actual cost construction, so. I could cut you off, or is there more, Mr. Kirby? That's kind of.
That's,
That
that's
concludes
kind of
it.
where we are, yeah. Yep.
So let me just conclude. So our past projects from this year for the elementary schools was new LED lighting using grant funds.
Yep.
For our middle school, it's been all the work with our architects planning and designing a new building. And for our high school, it was the tennis courts.
Correct.
Moving forward, next year for the high school, it's the lighting program, and then hopefully building shovels in the ground for the middle school.
Yep.
Anything for elementary schools next year?
Nothing at this point for next year.
Right.
Yep.
So that's really summarizes it, enrollment we know is declining, but there's hope that it's supposed to go up. We talked through what we did this year, and we talked through what our plan is. That middle school is really the cornerstone of
Yeah.
our capital plan.
Look, let me ask something about elementary schools for something like this, like new playgrounds. I don't know if there's something that goes into that, but I think that's something that should be considered at least at the middle school level, especially with us kind of anticipating like the influx of third graders, not third graders, 3-year-olds, possibly with the new program we heard tonight, maybe something like that.
Yeah,
moving
and
forward.
that'll definitely be something we have to consider, because it is a requirement when those kind of programs, enter the schools, that we do have to have certain accommodations for them. So I know if you go down to Rock Hall, with their new Judy Center and everything, they have kind of their own separate play area essentially, that had to be part of that grant and those accommodations. So it is something that comes up, kind of as we move forward with those sort of initiatives and everything, that we do have to, we are mandated essentially to have certain areas for them to play, because obviously, they're not going to be able to play on some of this other same equipment that, first, second, third, fourth, fifth graders can play on essentially.
Let me ask this, and this will be my last question pertaining to this. Dr. Combs, this might be more towards you. With the executive summary, moving forward with this, is this something that the board can kind of vote on prioritizing, or is this something that's already locked in based on how you all apply for that?
It's essentially locked in, because it is information, everything in the executive summary is information that has to be relayed to the state as part of this plan every year essentially, and this update every year.
Does it reflect the The CIP, the capital improvement.
Yes, yep, that's a piece of it.
Which is done in October.
Which is done in
isn't it?
October.
Yeah.
So essentially, this kind of lays the groundwork of what, and it does say in, in the fine print in the document, this
That's
essentially
something we
lays, this essentially lays the groundwork of what will be our FY '27 CIP request in the
Yeah,
fall.
Which, for a couple of years, we didn't do anything because we've been so, I mean, it's been all middle school.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So,
Let me make sure,
Go ahead.
you go ahead. You go
Oh,
ahead.
well, what I was going to say is, based on tonight's discussion, and certainly what I got, is I have a greater sense now of your level of understanding or not. We spent so much time and energy focusing on the operating budget that I really haven't done very much to build understanding and capacity around capital budget and capital programming in that regard. So I know for myself, my walkaways are for future presentations related to capital projects and capital budget is not only have our executive summary, but a PowerPoint that summarizes for you. And I took for granted that people were maybe perhaps more familiar with the facilities master plan or not. But I just say that already for the CIP in the fall, what I'll do is I'll make sure that we have a presentation that sort of provides sort of an,
Overview of what to expect with the capital.
right, and how these things work together,
Yeah.
right? Because right now you're looking at them in isolation, right? Like you're looking at the educational management facilities plan right now, then you're gonna look at the capital improvement plan, like how do these things work together?
Yes.
To have a whole strategy. So I think that's what I hear, and where's the opportunities for people to have input? is what I
Yes,
hear you ask.
because even with us, we came after this part was, because we're seeing the tail end of the product that the previous board voted on. And that's what, well, this was the most wordiest thing I've seen since I've been on the board. I'll just say
Well,
that.
so if you look at the 128 pages, because I was sifting through it while Mr. Kirby was talking, so much of it is historical data that
Yeah.
has not changed. I mean, there are memos from 2023 in there. There's school enrollment from 2010 and 2020. That stuff isn't going to change. So it's a little more daunting, I mean, at
Than it
first
really
blush than it
Yeah.
really is. And maybe there's a way to, I don't know if it prioritizes, but, put the new stuff, the important stuff up front.
Don't bury the lead.
So we don't have to figure out, do I have to get through page 50 to find out what I'm looking for?
Yeah.
Historically, also, I will just say that it's almost like the capital budget has sort of been like the stepchild. They never have really gotten much, for school board members, we've never really gotten the kind of full vetting that we've been getting. And maybe it's because we've really been challenged with the operating part for so long that it's easy to get, I don't want to say distracted, but that's really taken much of our focus. And now that we actually have
that's why
something
fresh
exciting to be
Perspectives
to
help
be
with that.
to be looking at, I mean, we've been talking for years about aging schools and replacing the windows at the middle school, and at Garnett now we're actually talking about new construction, which should pique our interest.
Well, I certainly, having this evening's opportunity with everyone around this, I want to thank Mr. Kirby for clearly the depth of knowledge and
Yeah.
expertise that you do
I understand a lot
bring
better
to
now.
this work. And I'll think about how to package that in a more layman's friendly term for the general public, as
Yeah.
well. So good walkaways for me moving forward.
So,
Because now I understand what I'm voting on.
do we
Yes.
feel comfortable voting? We really don't have any turnaround because it has to be by July 1st. So, Ms. McKenzie, do you feel a little more comfortable?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate the fact that an executive summary will be available. Just it's helpful.
Sure, absolutely.
And so I understand that because we're actually going to be able to go through the beginning of the process this fall. So that way we'll at least know where we are, how we got here, correct? All right.
Alrighty, I'm looking for.
Sorry. can I say
Okay.
something? It's just one thing. My name is spelled wrong. and,
okay, I'll get that corrected.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for catching.
That's it.
Alrighty, I'm looking for a motion to approve the fiscal year 2025 Educational Facilities Master Plan.
I make a motion for approval for the 2025 Educational Facilities Master Plan.
Mr. Queens made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. McKenzie, second. Is there any more questions or discussion?
Yes, before we move on, because it seemed like, I think Aretha had something, but I want to say this because it seemed like it was hesitation. So, is there any more things we need to discuss, or are we good?
Are there any more questions? Oh, okay.
Really, I was just trying to get back to the top.
Okay.
Because ever since I've been on the board, I'm a Miss and not a Mrs. Could you
Okay.
please put that?
Sure.
I work hard in this marriage.
All righty, okay.
Thank you.
So we've got a motion, we've got a second, we've got a couple corrections, and I'm calling for a vote. All in favor of the motion? Aye. Let's pause that for a minute. Apparently, again, you're not too quick on that buzzer, buddy, but okay, Mr. Queen. Mr. Queen has a question, then Mr. Rhodes has a
This just for
question.
clarity, because I don't think the vote needs to have our vote predicated on receiving the executive summary in the future.
No, I just verbally, here's the lead. The lead is this past year for elementary schools, we did lighting and central office got lighting because of grants.
Yeah.
The high school got the tennis
Tennis
court.
court.
The middle school got an architect and a
For the
planning and
planning.
design team.
We good.
Moving forward, next year,
The
we're
lights.
the lights for the high school via grants, and then capital funding to try to put shovels in the ground for the middle school.
And nothing.
That's the summary.
And nothing for the elementary schools because you asked Mr. Kirby. Mr. Rhodes?
Now, I'm probably reaching out too far, but you're saying we're going to start construction on the middle school when?
If everything
Hopefully.
stays on schedule and we get enough, money pulled together, then we should be able to break ground in January, February. And of course, if weather, somewhere January, February.
So are you going to want to lock in funds, or if we run out of money, we're just going to stop the project? I mean, you don't know what the county's going to put, I mean, how much, there's a lot to think about. I'm just saying, if we start on that project in January and we run tight for money, was this going to sit there and stop? I mean, if the county
Well,
can't put the money in.
right.
The
Well,
shovel on the
that's-
ground, it's a go.
Right.
Well, but I
Once,
know, where's the money going to come from?
right. Well, here's what I would offer, Mr. Rhodes, and I hear you, right? Like, we need to take this one step at a time very thoughtfully.
I didn't mean
right?
to
No,
pose that question, 'cause-
it's okay. This is what we're here for, right? And certainly we have no intentions of being irresponsible, right? Or reckless. This is a significant financial investment for us as a community and for the state. We have already gotten the state, through smart design related to, help me out, Mr. Kirby, our
So we've-
5%
So we've had
bump up.
5% add-on incentives to basically our eligible construction costs from the state. The first 5% is for being concentration of poverty. The second one is for essentially being able to show the state assessors that we've maintained the facility as best as we can due to its age. And then the final one is being net zero.
That's it.
So we are in the process of doing everything we can through design to achieve that net zero add-on as well.
Right. So I share that to say that with those 5% bump ups each, that already adjusts us to the state covering 65% of eligible square footage. So we've already moved the percentage that way. We also got the General Assembly to dedicate $150,000 in FY '25 for maintenance for our middle school. So they're putting money there.
Then the $8
And the $8 million in addition to what the IAC says. The IAC already gave us $7.5 million to get started next year, which was $3.5 million more than they were originally planning on spending. So we have been effective in galvanizing momentum at the state level to add funds to this project. Now where we're at is we're trying to finalize these numbers so that I can go and meet with our county government and say, here's the amount of money we would need in year 1, year 2, year 3. In most school construction projects, if you were to look over the 3 years of the project, locals tend to spend more of the money in year one, and the state spends less money. And over the course of the project, that shifts so that by the last year, the locals are spending much less, and the state's covering a greater share of the third year of cost. So I would agree, Mr. Rhodes, and I have no intention of being irresponsible, but here's what I would offer. If we fail to move forward, we fail to use the funds that the state has given us, that money goes away. And we go back to the end of the line and have to start all over again. So it is important that we don't lose this momentum out of a function of fear. And I hear you, like, money's real, right? That's not, it's tangible, it's hard, it's real, and it's finite. But I will just say, if we take our foot off this gas, we will go back, we will lose money from the state, and we will go back to the end of the line and have to start over, which pushes anything out by at least a decade. So that's just the
I
truth.
agree. And we're grateful to even have this little bit of momentum moving forward to even get to the fact that we can do something in January and February based on how bleak it was going into this process. So the fact that we even got here, should just be moving forward.
I was gonna say,
I would just hope that you would, I just don't want to force the hand of the county, going, well, we're doing this, and then you've got to come up with this money. I'm hoping that you can talk to them and really.
They got to do the 50-50 match.
Well,
Come on, there's a lot of money we got to spend.
Here's what I would say. I have confidence in our county, okay? We have worked hard through our operating budget to forge a partnership, and I continue to have confidence in that.
Good, that's all I wanted.
This is, I do believe. Now, will it be easy? No. But at some point as a community, we have to say what matters to us.
yeah, standing still is not an option because it's actually moving backwards.
Especially right now.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just wanted to say that, I think what we need, going forward is less than what we have. We have a lot of we have a greater percentage of what we need to get started and almost complete. We're only asking for a low percentage now to be added to that to complete this. And I will say that, when, this difficult budget that we just came through, we didn't know for sure how that was going to come out. And the commissioners did come through on their part when they said that they would give, or we were hoping that they would give. And they kind of had not confirmed, but yet they had kind of put it on the table like as if that's something they were willing to do. And we didn't know for sure if it was going to come through. And I had received a call by Commissioner Ron Fivian, which I had not mentioned. He had thanked me and whomever else had went along with the vote, so that they could give the money. And in the conversation, he also mentioned that they wanted to work together from here out. You know, that we really needed to work together so that we can get through everything that was needed for the school. So I'm hoping and I'm praying that they really meant what they say. And they know that this school building, we're trying to do this new construction, et cetera. So I'm hoping that they'll continue from this point on to stand behind it.
But before they do their part, we have to do ours.
Alrighty, guys, hey, it's 10:06 and we still got a lot more work to do. So I just want to remind, we've had a motion and a second. Has everyone said everything they'd like to about this before I call it to a vote? Alrighty, I'm looking for approval of the motion to approve the Board of Education's fiscal year 2025 educational facilities master plan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We were still on that.
Is anyone opposed? No. Alrighty, moving on. Use of school facilities.
This one is.
Right, yeah, proceed, the next two are information only, they're procedural updates. These are updates really around the dates of next year's, sorry, Ms. Stewart, if I'm stealing your thunder. These come forward annually, and really the only update is we're saying, what are the federal holidays that the school system is closed and outside agencies can't use our facility? And the same with PACE, day schedules, that's really about payday schedules for the next calendar year.
You want to run us through that, Ms.?
I just echo what Dr. McComas said. These are the dates that are approved 2026 school year calendar. Also, just to note, this procedure does have to be brought back yearly to have those updated dates for schools will be closing. So that's
It's an
really all the
annual
information
review,
we
it's
get.
just an
Yep.
annual update, all righty.
Nothing else.
That's for information only, all righty. Now your payday schedules.
The payday schedule, essentially, this is just some few minor updates, but just to update it based on how our current process is. So what you'll see in red, this also includes any other administrative documents needed to process payroll, including but not limited to HR action forms, updated tax information forms, etc. If timesheets and or administrative documents are not received by the Wednesday after the payday, it will be processed on the following payday, and timesheets received after 2 payroll cycles will not be approved for processing. So this update pretty much addresses making sure that we have timely payroll, because if our payroll is not processed on time, there is the case of people not being paid on time.
Yeah.
So it addresses that issue, and then the issue of sometimes we do get timesheets that are like months behind or whatever, and that's really a liability to the school system. So that's where the receiving after 2 pay cycles is implemented to ensure that we are still in good standing from that standpoint. So this is just for information.
All righty. Moving on to an update on policy DFE, gate receipts and admissions. Mr. Hushin.
Thank you, President McGee, Dr. McComas, school board members. I do have a little info sheet for you. Back in April, we started talking about this policy DFE as well as the following policy DFEA. There was a lively discussion about the different rates that we currently charge, and then we also started to discuss, what some of the other school systems do. What I just passed out in front of you is I surveyed the entire Bayside Conference and received confirmation from every other supervisor in the conference about what other school systems do in charge of gate fees for athletic events. I particularly asked specifically, and we'll talk about this more in depth with the next policy.
I was wondering if you're combining the two.
I am going to combine them tonight because one of the ideas I want to discuss with you is that when we do bring this forward for approval with some changes, I wanted to know if the board would be open to considering combining both policies since we're dealing with the same thing. But anyway, one of the questions that I asked the other supervisors is specifically, do they let folks that are 65 and over in for free? Do they make school board members pay? And how they approach both students and staff. So the document that you have in front of you kind of outlines all of that.
And just there is a backside to it.
Yes.
just so you-
So some thoughts that, I have specifically, as I already stated, combining both policies in where everything would now live in DFE, lists the cost or the price that we charge in policy DFE, since it says the Kent County Board of Education, based on recommendations from the superintendent and school principals, will determine all admission prices for athletic events. So it says that you are determining it, but yet we don't have these prices listed anywhere. So something going forward could be a consideration. Do we want to outline these prices, and then going forward, is it something that we want to bring back every year? I will also tell you that through my research, school systems have changed their rates over the last couple of years. You'll see on the sheet that I have that some school systems are charging a little bit higher, and that is because they have transitioned to a fully electronic ticket system where they do an upcharge because to roll that system out, you have to give $1 back
Is that
to
what
that
this-
company.
this
That's
GoFan
GoFan.
is? Yeah.
Yeah.
The nice thing about things like that is you're not dealing with cash anymore,
Yeah.
right? So it really.
I know
makes it more
that Parks and Rec this summer for the pool, the community center,
Mhm.
it's cashless. It's
Yeah.
all electronic.
And not that, that's been a serious discussion with us. I think eventually it would be something we may want to work towards implementing, but for right now, I think revisiting this policy each year with the prices of what we charge could be a healthy discussion each year.
Remind me what our gate receipts, what's that money, where does that money go?
It goes
Let's
back
do it. I'm
into,
gonna tap you
I
in.
can answer that, Mrs. Stewart, and correct me if I'm wrong. It goes back into athletics to help offset the cost of transportation.
And I want to say that number was like 22,000.
It was like 15, I thought,
It was
something
about
like that.
18.
18.
Because I remember when she identified the
not that
number, we were all like, oh, you know, like,
Yeah, because she actually explained it when we came the first
it's
time.
not millions of dollars.
Yeah. So, the other thing in policy DFE is, it talks about other school activities. And, in this policy, it says that you're basically supposed to set those rates. My concern is with the other school activities, when we think about, the school plays, a lot of that revenue is taken, to support the program and the future work that they can do. So as we continue to discuss this, is this policy really something that just needs to be focused on the price of admission for athletic events? Or are we truly talking about all other activities?
The only thing I can think of off the bat that people pay for are the drama productions. And I don't even know if it costs to go to a middle school play. I mean, I've been to a couple, I can't remember if I paid. But I would think that, and I think they've been setting, Ms. Hemstetter, is that right? They've been setting what the cost is, and they have a better sense of what kind of money they need to bring in, knowing how much it costs to get them permission to do the play, costumes and things like that. So
Me, I wouldn't.
I have an opinion that it should just be for athletics.
I agree with her opinion.
And the only athletics that is for, right, is basketball and football.
Anything in the stadium.
Anything in the stadium.
Or in the gym.
And inside the gym, which tends to be football and basketball. But when you talk about the spring, you also have lacrosse, you have soccer inside the stadium as well.
What about wrestling in the gym? Are they paying for
Yeah.
that?
Mm-hmm.
That's my thing with the things outside of athletics. You don't want to deter the community from being a part of some of those type of things, like the drama play and things of that nature. So me, I would agree with President Trish and say strictly athletics would be what I would want to discuss.
Also, in Queen Anne's, it looks like they have a season pass.
And that was going to be one of my recommendations.
Yeah, I think that'd be
We
a cool
we
idea.
had that a couple years ago for
Yeah.
Stopped it, yeah.
we had two things. We had a season like for a family of 4. You could buy, yeah.
Yeah, and just hearing some feedback from some people who have shared their thoughts that have watched, that's been one of the, concerns is that we've done things, but it hasn't necessarily been a consistent thing. So, I think one of the goals that we would like to try to accomplish is that however this policy lands and once it's finalized, that it's there, that it's clear, so that it can consistently be followed each and every year.
Agreed.
Was there just a lack of interest in that, the season pass?
I really don't know. I think COVID might have played, I'm looking at Ms. Hemstetter, I think it may have played a role in that.
Because I remember I used to get it for basketball.
That's COVID.
Yeah, COVID. Because I used to get the season pass.
Yeah, I'm just gonna express a problem I had that I did last month. I don't approve, I don't like that, because I don't know what the criteria is, and individuals made significant contributions. I mean, that's so, up to interpretation, and I don't
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Well, and
We're not
I,
ready to vote for this yet. It's just.
yeah, this
No, I know, I'm
is,
just
we're
saying,
still just,
still working
discussing,
on it.
so to
Yeah.
Trish's point, that's the next agenda item.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
But, you know, being that there is some consideration to possibly combine, you know,
You were in the bathroom.
the last time we spoke in April, those last three bullet points on policy DFEA with Kent County Board of Education members, other individuals, and other individuals as approved by the superintendent really seem to be where I think we got stuck. And what you'll see that was provided by the other supervisors, none of that is really clearly outlined. However, I think a way that we can eliminate those three is with the State Athletic Association, the MPSSAA issues season-long passes to the school system that the superintendent has the discretion to hand out. And then if anyone else, whether you have that pass or not, choose to go to a game, then you can decide whether or not you're gonna pay for a in-kind donation if you have one of those passes or not. But I think, you know, eliminating those three bullet points there and adding something along the lines of, and any person in possession of an MPSSAA card, you know, gets into the game for free.
It's kind of interesting that Caroline County is the only one that mentions that when every school system.
I believe
Okay,
Wycomico
Okay.
also
Yeah, I see that.
added in
I'm
it, but that
surprised
is the
Queen Anne's-
case.
Queen Anne's does, I was surprised by that. Queen Anne's doesn't. I think it's, a kid, yeah, if a high school kid in Queen Anne's has their student ID.
They don't charge a
They
student
don't
fee.
charge a student.
But they do pass out those MP SSAA passes, because I know when I, you know, before I came to Kent County, when I taught there,
Yeah.
I got one as a coach.
I don't know about unless the superintendent gonna hand the board members one of them cards. I'm for keeping the board members. Bad enough I don't get the free Y card and I got paid 10%. I got to come away with something.
Well, I will say, what I'm wondering for the board's consideration is some of this to me seems procedural. It seems a little in the weeds for a policy.
Yeah.
You know, and it just, I'm just wondering if, you know, with this thought around, do we combine these two policies and make it a broader policy, and then a procedure is easier to update, right? And that's where I can put in something like, you know, MPSSAA passes will be distributed annually to Board of Education members. You know, like I can put those in procedures that just a lot of this seems in the weeds to me for a policy.
Kind of shrink the two down into one and be
And make
specific
it-
with what's going
Yeah.
on with the money, so to speak.
And then the other wondering I have for the board's consideration, and I'm open to any commentary for us to consider as a team, is what is the appetite for one of these electronic pay platforms, right? The examples we have use a platform called GoFans. I'm experienced with Ticket Spigot, I think. There's different products out there that do that move us to a cashless system, which is more efficient, you know, for accounting purposes overall, helps, of course, reduce possibility of theft.
Mismanagement of money.
And I've seen it in a few school systems where I actually go to games or work. I think it's worth its weight in gold, in my opinion.
So there is some interest, is there, I mean, I don't know how, it's not for me to run the board, but if there's anyone, as we're looking at this, that's good for me and the team to bring back our proposed revisions.
I think it's needed.
From a student perspective, I think that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, it's
And
needed.
cash is becoming so archaic, right?
I don't know, it's
Our
just
next
more
generation.
convenient, quicker, more people just have it on their phone.
And it speaks to the students more, you know what I mean? Maybe not us, we might want to do the cash, but it speaks to the students and
Right.
it kind of gets them streamlined into the game faster. Also, what I've noticed at some of the school systems that I've been at, when it's a lot of cash at the front gate, it's a lot of congregating. I don't want to use the word loitering, but it's a lot of stuff going on at the gate. So if, let's say, me and Trish just want to come in, go right in, we can't because it's a lot of students,
Right.
you know, trying to get
Yeah.
transactions
It
going.
slows things down logistically.
The automated digital, it streamlines everyone into the actual stadium or gym a lot quicker.
Would you just explain this really easily, what we're doing here? Because I like all this, but it's, what basically are we doing?
So we're just, right now, we're just having a further discussion from the initial conversation we had in April. And, you know, I think what you have in front of you are two policies that are very similar that could be combined. And then what I hear Dr. McComas, you know, kind of putting out there to you all is that if we do in fact want to combine the policies into one, we can be a little bit more in depth with everything in an actual procedure that we can bring back, you know, every year.
So we're talking no cash and all electronic or both?
I think that's just a sidebar of, about, well, does the board, you know, is that something that you would like us to consider going forward? I don't think that would go in this policy right now, because that's gonna take us quite a bit of time to implement and all that, but.
No, I didn't want to cut you off, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay, Mr.
Let me
Quinn.
ask this part, where are we with the 65 and over being free? I'm against it.
So so I specifically asked every single school system that is on that fact sheet there about that, and no one replied that they do that.
Yeah.
It seems as if the only, you know, exception that they make are for children under a certain age.
Yes.
Is when they get in for free, or, you know, like you saw in Queen Anne's, you know, they don't charge their student body.
Yes, because I'm also a component for not charging the student body. Because I was looking at some of the prices, because I think one of my recommendations was up the adults $1 to kind of circumvent the adults. And now I see prices of $6 on other schools, so that can, and I'm also looking at how many other schools do not charge their students. But some do, but I'm looking at how many in comparison to us do not charge. If we're going, because that $1 will have to come out to pay for the electrical thing. The electrical
If we
device.
go
If
down
we go
that,
that
yeah,
way.
so GoFan, which is what the Bayside Conference uses, yes, you have to take $1. So that's why some of these fees where you see them charging $6, it's because they made that transition
Yeah,
to
so-
GoFan. So really, they're only,
For Queen, and this is someone who, you know, not as many, but used to come to games all the time, twice a week, 3 times a week. A lot of people might be with me. I think if we went $6 with the adults, it pays for the electronic device. If we eliminate the 65 and older being free, that helps us turn the students into being free, if that makes sense to everybody. I'm still for all school employees being free. And then the only other intangibles would be the 2 on the bottom where we're doing the, it almost looked like favoritism with the individuals who have made significant contributions.
yeah,
For me.
and I think that's where Dr. McComas and I would suggest that we.
Yeah, we need to strike that. That's too subjective and questionable.
And one other thing in writing, if we get to that point, season pass is available for a set price.
The reason I would support staff and students with IDs, okay, and only high school students with IDs, because I don't think it's fair to make the grown-ups that have gone to watch a game watch 8, 9, and 10-year-olds whose parents dropped them off so they could go in there. But I'm routinely disappointed by the lack of support that our students and our staff show for our athletes. So, I mean, I hate to go to Queen Anne's County and you can barely get into the gym because
That's a fact.
their bleachers are packed with their kids and the staff. And I would like, since we're not talking about a lot of money anyhow, 16 to 18,000, if that would help maybe a kid, that the fact that they wouldn't have to pay. I'm looking at you all. do you think that's a consideration? I'm wondering what keeps our kids away from going to support their schoolmates?
Losing sports.
Well,
Yes.
that has something to do with it, but
I personally don't go to a lot of sports games. I like going to the ones outside because it feels more, sort of feels like an event. It feels like
yeah.
you can, I usually go when I have something else to do too. So I think it's also enough out of the way of what a kid's doing during their day. Like especially if they don't have a transportation or anything.
Well, the other thing is, our high school is so small now, if you're not watching the game, you're playing in another game. You're either on the soccer team when the field hockey team's playing, or the football team's going away or whatever. So we don't have a lot of non-athletes
But I also
to choose from.
I also think that not having people there like feeds negatively off of itself. Like if it doesn't feel like it's a fun environment, then people are less likely to go. I think if we could figure out how to, I don't know, just get people to be there, it's fun. Like football games are always packed because that's just like, or the more packed because that's just like.
It's a Friday night event.
Yeah, it's like, it feels like there's something going on as opposed to like a soccer game. It's just a soccer game. Like, and not it's just a soccer game, but like there's no foods being sold. It's just like you go there and you sit and you watch. And unless you have someone you know in there, it's just like, what am I doing here?
Agreed. And to build on that, because a lot of the talk we had today was about community. I'll use basketball. The last 5 years were kind of rough, but prior to that,
Let me tell you what, I remember when Dodzilla was playing for Queen Anne's, DeMonte Dodd.
DeMonte, yeah.
You could not get into the Kent County High School gym.
When
That's how packed
I
it
first
was.
started going to games in 2012, it was crowded
Yeah.
because they were winning.
Yeah.
Now, as the winning goes down, you see the attendance goes down where it's not that big of a draw. Remember when Marquand was here? You might say outside was standing room. You haven't seen that as much because of the records and the winning percentage. But you can negate that with a great community vibe. Food it would take away from concessions and things of that nature. But other things to kind of bring that community vibe, because on Friday nights, there's no other thing going on in Kent County but Friday night football here. So I think as it gets bigger, it can kind of draw people back in, but they're going to have to start winning. Because people will pay to see a winning product. That's just at any level. I think if they start winning, you'll see the crowd increase.
Just another point to consider, we do have, the camera now through the NFHS,
You
where
can watch
if
events.
parents can, pay and they can, get the game streamed at home. Now, I don't have the data points, to see how many of our parents are actually doing that, but, that could play a factor too. That's been a pretty recent development over the last couple of years.
I wouldn't say that from either part, but it's possible.
Yeah, I'll just say we can take the recommendations around creating more of a community vibe as our high school's getting a community schools facilitator, right? And we talk about community engagement. So I just want you to know that, like, I think that's great. Great recommendations for us to offer for the school as they work through their needs assessment, and certainly community engagement would be part of it, right? We saw that in every of the other ones too. So I hear, if I may, Mr. Hushin, I hear quite a number of things. Let me summarize what I'm hearing. I'm hearing the board is open to the idea of condensing two policies into a single policy, open to the idea of putting together a procedure, open to the idea of making it free for our high school students, eliminating the barrier for our students, and the trade-off of that is then charging for people 65 and older, because that offsets the not charging our students. I hear that we are open to striking the language that talks about, that sort of fuzzy stuff around, we can have favorites and say you made a significant contribution, and therefore you don't have to pay. We're open to striking that. And we're open to bringing back a season pass, and open to exploring electronic platforms ultimately. I don't think we'll be ready for that for the autumn season, but that's what I'm hearing in terms of our feedback to go back and bring forward a new proposed updated policy.
Anything else, Valerie?
Hearing pretty well, yes. Maybe
Thank you.
entertain,
I'm a decent listener.
entertain the adults going to 6 instead of 5 to offset the electronics. But other than that, I think, yes, you got everything.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so you'll
Thank
bring
you,
that-
everyone.
You'll bring that back.
Yep,
Okay.
Yeah, we'll bring that back for,
final.
in July. We'll probably have to do it twice, because we'll be bringing the proposed change forward in July, and then we'll have to bring it forward again for approval in August.
All right.
Because the first proposed change will be the combined.
First hearing, yeah, that'll be
Understood.
the first hearing for the proposal.
All righty. The professional learning grant approval?
Almost midnight here.
I know.
I think I'll be here in August.
Didn't realize I had to come back up. So this essentially is, we received a new grant, and this grant is the 2025 System of Professional Learning Grant. So essentially, this is a restricted award, essentially a new award that we received from the state in the amount of $19,066.75. And essentially, KCPS will utilize the grant funding to provide stipends to teachers once they complete the 3 modules of professional learning that are based on the Learning Board curriculum and successful score of an 80% score and 80% of above on the associated model and quizzes. And teachers will be given that time to complete this during the countywide development days. So administration is just requesting board approval for the fiscal year 2025 System of Professional Learning Grant.
Let me just also clarify, and Ms. Giacomowitz, if you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that this is part of the legislative professional learning as part of Blueprint. The topics that are listed are mandated by the state. And the state has issued these grants to all school systems. It's proportional, of course, to your size. Hence ours is just 19,000. And that money would basically essentially provide each teacher a $100 stipend to help complete these required trainings that the state is asking all teachers in the state to be trained on in a single year.
Do they have to, is the reason it's 100, they're getting a little bit of a stipend is because they have to pay for it?
Well, they may have to work on it beyond the duty day.
Okay.
And so that's what, I mean, we're trying to bake it into our professional calendar. But the state recognizes, I mean, our numbers are manageable, but when we think about some of the larger systems, I know where I was coming from, we had 10,000 teachers. So you think 10,000 teachers to try to complete 8 modules. I mean, it's a little unusual to me to try to accomplish so much professional learning in a single year, but this is the way the state is doing it and the timetable that they've given us to accomplish it.
To incentivize the teachers to actually complete it.
Yes, well, we, as a school system, we will be held accountable to ensure that all teachers complete it. So, so this is the supplement because we know that, they're not 12-month employees that got all the time to 10 pounds, 5-pound bag.
And explain the 80% criteria, please.
Yes.
That I would most likely refer to Ms. Gina.
Basically, just one.
Yeah.
We have a similar piece in place with Safe Schools.
Yes.
Where if you have to do it again,
You just read.
watch the videos.
I just wanted to make sure, I didn't want to guess. You just got to redo it because I'll speed to the end and try to.
The question that I had is, does the state, in the spirit of accountability, offering any return on investment for this particular set of professional development? When we think about our goal being, right, to
Yeah.
improve academic achievement and so I'm not seeing like how they're proving that this is a worthwhile investment.
She's been in technical
The
meetings.
gig when we applied for the grant, and it talked about just building an understanding of working toward the new career ladder. So these topics all tie into Blueprint and the career ladder. So it's really building awareness which is why they have some topics that when we first looked at it, we were like, that seems a little strange to put all that in front of someone, particularly if they're a brand new teacher. But it's more an awareness of what's out there and building an understanding of those topics and expectations.
Yeah, and I get that. I think my concern is that when I think about the limited time that teachers have, right, because they spend a lot of time doing a great many things. And we heard tonight a wonderful presentation that talked about the uniqueness of our schools and our unique needs. And so now the state has presented a cookie cutter form of professional development that really doesn't speak to the needs that we have here. And so I think that's where I really take issue, is like, wow, that's a beautiful box to check, but that's all it seems to me, is checking some really nice boxes without giving us any return for that investment.
I think you bring up a really valid point, and our leadership team has struggled with exactly that.
Yeah.
We've wrestled with it, and it's unfortunate that it is, again, another example of a mandate. I guess you wouldn't call it completely unfunded, but it sort of feels like it when you look at what we're actually getting in terms of the funding to support this.
So would we have had to do this even if we didn't get the grant?
Yes.
I believe it's in Comar.
Yeah, so it is required, and the grant is basically to help systems be able to pay people if they need time beyond the duty day.
I wanted you to finish, but yeah. When the question that Laura asked, you was explaining it, I thought you was gonna keep.
I was going to add one more piece in that there are several of the components that Dr. McComas talked about earlier that do connect. For example, as a school system, when we have those early release days, we offer professional learning communities, and that actually is one of the topics. More than one topic. One is about having professional learning communities. The other topic is about providing time for collaboration, meaningful collaboration around data, which is exactly what we as a school system do. So we don't really have to check a box for that. That is a practice that we have in place as a school system. So we as a leadership team have been trying to really unpack what's in each of those topics and see, are there pieces that are already in place that you don't have to sit before a 5-minute module, but it's really how we do business in Kent County, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, and I'm not, my point isn't to take issue to say that these topics aren't valuable at all. It's just that when I think about all these evaluation that we're doing to determine needs, and the state saying that they're really big old board with accountability, but yet here's a perfect example of we're not going to take any consideration of your needs, and we're going to impose something that may or may not be relevant to you, but we really don't care if it's relevant to you. This is what we're doing. And I just really want to express that to my fellow board members, is that there's some wonderful things that are happening with the blueprint. This is not one of them.
Yeah.
When we think about you, to me, this robs you of your, and the staff of your capacity to determine the how.
Sure.
Because I have no doubt that you all know, and each school knows, this is the training our teachers really need. From the new teachers to the old teachers, because everybody's at different levels and probably has a different set of support needs, right? And you all know best what those needs are. And this bypasses that completely. And as someone who's a very strong advocate for local governance, this takes away all of that. It really does. And it's I just see it as a real disservice to local boards and to superintendents
We've run
who know
into
the
that.
needs.
Yeah.
The thing you and I sat through in Annapolis is a perfect example.
Right. I would not disagree with you, Ms. McKenzie. I have to tell, and the team will tell you, when this first came to me, I was like, well, surely that cannot be. Like, surely they cannot expect us to train everybody on 8 topics in a single year. There's nothing about that is reasonable or sensible. And yet that is the expectation. So I'm not arguing your
I guess
point
at
at
what
all.
point is our capacity to communicate, because the blueprint is supposed to be continually evaluated. How can we as a board express, this doesn't make sense at all when it comes to meeting our needs right here, and this is our priority. Our priority is not the state, and this does not make sense. This, to me, is a waste of tax dollars, and
And I think, again, it just robs of us our capacity to govern locally. It's a real disservice.
I agree. It's to your same point you made in the board retreat about us being able to serve our needs locally without the hindrance of the state. So to her point with this,
pipe dream.
I agree, it might be a pipe dream. But to her point, is this something that we can go to Tom Porter and say, hey, look, Tom, here's what we're hearing from our staff, our employees. I don't know if Tom would be the person that go to like the AIB, if I'm saying it right, but actually say, hey, here's what our complaints are. How do you all propose this?
Yeah, well, I will say, and I'm not going to put on Mr. Porter as a coordinator, but I will say I, as a superintendent, expressed disbelief at the model and what the expectation was. And they said, thank you very much for your thoughts. And a respectful way, right? So, and similar to, as Ms. McGee was saying, and as board chair, she has attended multiple state professional developments that superintendents and board chairs are mandated to attend. And that too, all superintendents have provided feedback to MSDE and AIB on the structure and function and topics of those, and much of that has fallen on deaf ears. So,
But that's what I would just wonder as a board, because I mean, boards themselves do communicate with whoever the appropriate person is or governing body to be able to say, to support what you're saying is that this piece doesn't make sense. And it certainly doesn't provide any accountability on for return on investment. And that's what the whole thing with accountability is supposed to be. And there's no reporting for return on investment with this, period. It's not.
It's a compliance function.
It's checking their box off. That's
It
all
is.
that is.
Don't disagree with any of that. What I do need us to know is if we don't say yes, we don't get our $19,000
And
to
we
be,
still-
and I still have to have a teacher do this.
So
So just to be clear.
Who would we communicate with though? Who would that be? What is that, the AIB? Is that?
Probably state
I thought,
delegates.
Dr.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that we said, I'm not even going to the thing in I'm not even talking about the thing in Cambridge that we sat in. I'm talking the thing in Annapolis in December that I sat with you. So we sat at a table with the Queen Anne superintendent and the chair of the Queen Anne's, and we sat with Talbot superintendent and their chair, and I was sitting there with you, and it was something. They wanted all the principals to go to something, and we're like, okay, we have 5 principals in our school system. We send all 5 of them. Who do you think is going to run our school system? They cared nothing about, and the state superintendent was there, so that message was communicated directly to her in person. And again, as Dr. McComas said, it fell on deaf ears.
Yeah, I will just, and I don't want to indulge us unnecessarily at this hour, but I will just share to support the point. Because again, we had mandatory training that we need to go to. We need to send principals to training. I want to thank Ms. Hemstetter because I sent it out to our 5 principals and said, who is interested in attending? She took it for the team and said, I will attend, and hence Principal of the Year, right? And so when I sent in, when our principal registered, I got a email saying you have too low enrollment, like too few principals, and I dutifully sent back and said, yes, and that's 20% of our principals, thank you. So I just say that I hear you, and I think the advocacy, because that's your question, who and where do we advocate? I think we advocate through multiple facets, right? MAVE, I think I am advocating with the superintendents around these types of things that I agree are not adding value to what is real work that we need to do.
Agreed.
And I think it also does a disservice to the topics there, right? Professional learning communities, true data-driven work where professionals are looking at a multidisciplinary fashion at student work and at student data to determine next steps is not light work, and you need to honor that skill set, and so I agree. I mean, I was in disbelief when I first heard this, but I have to say, I do want the $19,000 so I can pay people to help get this accomplished.
And real quick, but to Laura's point about who we should advocate to, I think one of the things that I felt like we could have done better on, even though I think we did do a good job, was being proactive and advocating at the state level, because the burden of education still falls on the state. So I think as a board representing our local jurisdiction, we should get together and start talking more about how do we approach the state delegation with these concerns and needs? Because ultimately, they're the top of the food chain with education. We all going to the MAID, but they still have legislation that kind of governs them. So my opinion for the solution would be proactively advocate with our state delegation for education.
That's a facet as well, and the AIB directly, the AIB, because they're the ones who control the accountability, and this is a function of accountability. She said.
All righty, so at 10:47, we know how we all seem to feel about the same, we are all on the same page on this. We're going to have to do this. It would be nice to have somebody else pay for it.
Correct.
So I'm looking for a motion to approve fiscal year 2025 System of Professional Learning grant of $19,066.75.
I make a motion.
Ms. Dorsey has made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All righty. Is there any more comments? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. McKenzie, okay, that vote is unanimous. Thank you very much. All righty.
I can,
Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
But even though we did vote for that unanimously,
I know we all, you
yes,
know, yeah, we
100%.
kind of went on the record as how we felt about it, but again, we're gonna turn down $19,000.
Nobody in
It's
here.
something we gotta do, you know, there's falling on your sword and then there's principle, and we're gonna move forward there. All righty. Citizens Advisory Committee report and membership appointment. Is that you?
That's me.
Dr. McComish?
That's me. So just annually, the Citizens Advisory is required to report out to the board. Our Citizens Advisory did meet 4 times throughout this current school year in accordance with our policy. We met specifically on August 9th of 2024, or excuse me, August 19th, October 28th of 2024 in the fall, March 24th, 2025, and most recently, June 2nd in 2025. Throughout those 4 meetings, the committee engaged in community conversations, processing, providing input for strategic planning in the following areas: academics, workforce development, annual budget input, community engagement, supporting student success in facilities and equipment, like operations and communications and public relations campaign. Some sampling of actionable recommendations that emerged from this committee throughout the year include the recommendation of creating a KCPS ambassador and KCPS champion initiative, both of which are strategies to support a public relations campaign promoting the programs, opportunities, and experiences of our KCPS students and families to the wider community and parents who are considering enrollment in KCPS. Additional recommendations were incorporated into the community conversations documents and hence will be incorporated ultimately into our KCPS public relations campaign. Furthermore, in our most recent meeting, we proposed dates for the next school year to be published. 2 of the 4 proposed dates were approved. The next meeting is scheduled for August 21st of 2025. That date was approved. To meet October 23rd, 2025 date was also approved. The 2 spring semester dates were just proposed and not approved yet. Those proposed dates are March 19th of 2026 and May 21st of 2026. The times the committee has adjusted its time to meet at 5 to 6 p.m. and adjusted the location to be at Kent County Middle School to make it more central for participation. So that concludes the annual report to the board regarding the CAC's work this year.
I also see that there is an action, agenda item. I know that we have a couple vacancies coming up, people cycling out after their 2-year terms are up. The deadline was extended for accepting applications. This is supposed to be an action item.
to accept new CAC members. Is there a recommendation to accept new CAC members?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
How many spots were available?
My understanding is 3.
And how many people, applied?
3.
And that's after we gave the extension for more input and,
Mm-hmm.
all right.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask again, I'm looking for a motion to accept new CAC members. So if there is no motion, which it sounds like I'm hearing there is no motion, that item dies. The next thing is, the ethics panel. We have a vacancy that at some point we're going to have to fill, and Mr. Crowfoot has agreed to continue his services. His term was up and he's continued, he's re-up, so to speak. So I'm looking for a recommendation and a motion to, I'm looking for a motion to approve Mr. Crowfoot for a second term on the ethics panel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha.
A question, is that the only spot?
We have a vacancy. Mrs. Keita Sorrell resigned in early spring. She had family considerations, so there's that, literally that vacancy.
But we're only voting on,
Mr. Crowfoot tonight.
understood.
If we get that. So I'm looking for a motion to reappoint Mr. Crowfoot to the ethics
I
panel.
bring a motion to reappoint, community member Ernie Crowfoot to the commission's panel,
All right.
the ethics panel.
Panel.
I'll second that.
Okay, so Mr. Queen made the motion. Mr. Rhodes seconded the motion. Is there any discussion, questions? Alrighty.
Yes, a question, how long are the terms?
Is it a 3-year term? That's what I thought. It's a 3-year term.
And is this advertised on our website for like vacancies and things of that nature?
Yeah, and Mr. DeVillio pushed it out a couple of times in some news releases for both the ethics panel and the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Yes, is it a deadline for the ethics panel to fill that vacancy? Is it any deadline?
Well, I mean, I think it's
Sooner
sooner
is-
better than later, given
Because it's, we actually need it.
we've experienced some ethics complaints, so.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want to say that hasn't happened, so, all righty, I've got a motion by Mr. Queen. I've got a second by Mr. Rhodes. There doesn't seem to be any more conversation needed. And I'm calling for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
All righty. So, please tell me, Ms. Manley, nobody signed up for, oh, Shazam.
I didn't know it was gonna be this way.
Okay,
Neither did we.
okay. All right.
Can I ask a question about the CAC?
Yeah, yeah, we're good. Alrighty. Alrighty.
2 minutes. I know.
Mr. Swanson, you know the rules,
2
right?
minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes. I don't need it.
We'll give you 10.
Okay, alrighty.
listen,
Matthew Swanson.
I know it's late, and that's kind of the point, which is that I want to thank this board for the work that you've done this year. I have had the extraordinary opportunity to sit through many board meetings this year. I don't know if Bill Fluker has the record for the most hours of someone who's not required to be here, but I just want to say, I want to start by saying, Dr. McComas, it has been a pleasure this year to welcome you to this community. I'm so impressed with the way you have come into this new environment, gotten to know us, put in the hours, gotten boots on the ground, listened to everybody, really met us where we were. I've heard from so many people how much they appreciate the presence that you have added to our community. So thank you. You do a great job on the board. This is a hard job, and I just am so comforted to know that you are our leader in this time.
Thank
Trish, you had big boots to fill after Mr. Getz left us, and you've done a fabulous job coming in here and leading this board. I just want to say how much I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All of you, board members, it's very late. You're here, you've got your energy, you're still debating the fine points. I still see your courage and conviction coming through at 11:47. Thank you. Everybody in
10:56,
this room.
it's 10:56.
My goodness, it's late.
All right,
community to know that this education system does not function without the work of many passionate, dedicated people who are willing to stay up all night long. I was supposed to go to bed 3 hours ago. I'm feeling deliriously incoherent. But you inspire me. Thank you for your work. And finally, on a personal note, it's really been a pleasure to watch Alden be a part of this body. Thanks to all of you for your mentorship, your welcome, your patience. And I want to include Joe and Francois in that as well, for being people from whom you learned so much, who've been so generous with their time. I've learned a lot from being a SMOP dad this year, and I can't wait to have another year and see where you go. John has thrown down the gauntlet, Alden. I watch out, sir. Be careful what you ask for. I'm gonna say, Alden Unleashed is something that you've got to be careful about. Thank you all. Go to bed. Good night.
All righty. Let's see if we can get this under 11 p.m. So, okay. The next monthly board meeting will be held on Monday, July 14th, 2025, beginning at 5:30 p.m. with the open session. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 p.m. The meeting will be located at the administrative building in the boardroom, 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall, Maryland, 21661. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Frank, a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Queen made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Dorsey says, please tell me there's no discussion. All righty. All in favor of the motion to adjourn?
Aye.
All righty. Ms.